Hello, everyone, and welcome back to D6. Irish and bring together some friends from across the internet to play on a D&D show.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah!
Oh, jeez.
Yeah! Okay, so before we get into today's session, got a few small announcements. This will be the last episode that goes live in December. I know. And this will be the mark of us going on winter break, and we will not be back until late January after the New Year.
So the next one we record is going to be backlogged. Got it.
Yeah.
I understand.
So
now.
we have to pretend it's the New Year.
Wink.
But
Okay,
yeah, well,
if anybody wants party hats and confetti,
wait patiently. That mentioned, this will be the last episode for December. So I hope that all of you that are watching at home, please have a wonderful holiday and enjoy some time. And if you have extra time on your hands, why not catch up on D6 Sandtide? That being said, our other announcement, as we have mentioned before a couple of times, a majority of the people that watch our show are not subscribed.
Gosh, come on,
May
people.
the Krampus hunt you down.
Well, let's not be too mean about it. We're just trying to nudge them all in the right direction.
Listen, a subscription on YouTube is free.
That's fair. If you guys would ever be so kind, please do hit the subscribe button to those of you who are unsubscribed and are following along with our journey. It does help us algorithmically wise, and this is a channel that hopefully blooms into something amazing in the near future. And that's something that we want to get around to. Hopefully, break 10,000 subscribers at end of next year. Who knows?
That'd be the
Connor's
shit.
dogs agree.
Yes,
Right?
they're boofing.
Also, I believe at some point this month I have released the Ritter Magus subclass for sorcerers, for Sorcerer Origins. If you're interested in checking that out, it will be behind our Patreon for $10 tier patrons. You are welcome to join and playtest the content, should you so desire. It pretty much is my idea of kind of like a Gilgamesh from Fate Zero kind of, or Archer from Fate Stay Night kind of sorcerer. So I thought that would be cool. Alright. Last but not least, we have officially released the Paladin subclass, our Oath of the Worm subclass, a dragon-based Paladin subclass that you can get into. It allows you to change your smite damage into an elemental smite damage. It also allows you to gain some really cool benefits from your aura. More specifically, like those of you, if you're within 10 feet of your paladin and your allies are within your aura, they gain resistance to their Dragon Warden scales. And then at later levels, like real late levels, you just gain immunity to that specific damage. Really big end game boon. Oh, and a Draconic transformation at the end. So if you guys are interested in playtesting, it is now available for free to download over on our Patreon. And you guys can bring it to your games, and there will, of course, be the avenues to let us know exactly what it is. The wording can be properly tweaked in the future. Okay. That being said, I think that's everything D6-wise. I don't think I'm forgetting anything.
No.
Okay. Well, that being said, I believe it is time for us to get into today's episode of D6. Alright.
You might need to bring that up just a little bit more.
A little more?
I can barely hear it.
Oh, I know why. Just a moment.
Oh, okay. Technical difficulties.
Is it OBS?
No, it's Discord.
How dare you, Discord?
Yeah. I have the noise removal on.
Oops.
Yeah. So, should be a little bit better now.
A little bit.
I will say I am hearing a little bit of a fuzz along with it.
The fan.
Sorry.
Also, for those who probably hear the extra content on Patreon, the snoring you're hearing is my dog. He's asleep under the desk with his snoot buried in his paws, just snoring.
What a lad.
So we get little lo-fi snores. We get Connor's dogs barking. I don't have anybody with me today. I just got Pancake and she's over on the bed.
I had to kick out Banjo.
Aww. We're not gonna get a Banjo cameo.
Not right now. Alright, that being said, where we had last left as our adventurers finally leave Fort Arden after assisting them with various tasks and gathering information as slowly as possible. You all set sail out into the Xi'an Sea. After which, a night of the blood moon had fallen upon all of you and many of its effects that followed. You also, having to quell the rampaging cotton throughout the night, whilst Murad was sleeping away in his cabin. After a bit of back and forth between all of you, mysteriously a split in the space-time of this world revealed the character Captain Kidd, or Zara from the future, sent back from through the efforts of Roloy, at least in a future timeline. After sailing southward in order to find a old scroll of the Endless Gods in order to try and save Murad in the future, for whatever unknown means as to how, you all managing to get the scroll and also closing out the timeline, and thus Zara disappearing before your very eyes. And as such, that leaves us with Mira. We'll get around to the ship coming around at some point.
Oh, we're going right into Murad. All right.
A little bit of
Everybody
rewind.
get your tea.
You get your tea, I'll get my notes.
I also have a notepad.
Murad. The weight of your soul being pulled to and fro, and your recent revival from beyond the veil has finally caught up. The energy drains from your body, the strength leaves your legs, and you find yourself stumbling into the captain's quarters. With whatever little energy you had left, you set the ship to sail out into the Xi'an Sea with little to no problems at all. As you finally cross the Arden Channel into the Xi'an Sea, your eyes begin to drift and the night begins to cling. as your body becomes heavy, almost as if crushed by the waves and water, as you are pulled down. You feel cold as you open your eyes and you find yourself not in the ocean nor the captain's quarters, but rather quite a unique place. As you notice that there is this blackened space, and yet with what looks like to be these almost brimming with light pathways leading to what looks like to be this open centered area. And standing next to you, you hear the sound of the familiar voice. Oh good, you are awake.
Wait, am I awake, or what
I
is
would
this?
say I have claimed your consciousness for just a moment.
Ah. One of those. Okay.
Do not worry, you are sleeping well and dreaming in the world that you know. However, this is a unique circumstance. I was hoping you'd be willing to join me for tonight.
Okay. Okay. Gives a nod. A little confused, as this is something new when it comes to Beltania. You already know that I'm married, so this isn't a date, right?
Definitely not. As you see, she begins to walk forward onto one of these many stone paths that kind of just shine with a certain light to them. And as she passes by you, she is much taller than you by leagues, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
As you begin to walk across the path, and you begin to notice as you get closer towards the center that more figures begin to also coalesce between these crossways. And in the center, as you begin to see, almost like sand rising from the center, creating this massive table.
Okay.
Each figure is quite different than the last, if that makes sense. One of which is, more importantly, the one that kind of gives way to a less humanoid look. As you notice what looks like to be this massive bird-like entity, and beneath them is a small halfling individual. As they kind of walk across and meet towards this table, you notice another one, a pair of individuals with a single human man kind of walking behind them. These two look like they are half mechanical, half humanoid like creatures, and you can constantly see that they're bickering over a particular concept in mind. Another you see with what looks like to be a kind of thin and lanky, but still heavily, like, noticeably muscly. And with this large mantle that kind of comes down into these long tines that kind of look like the counterweight in a grandfather clock. You see another individual, fully helmed with what looks like to be feathering motif along the helmet, carrying a large, almost Spartan-looking shield and massive spear. their robes are free-moving and flowing and fully armored atop. Another one you notice kind of like hunched over like a hag, and following close behind her are, looks like to be little rats. And herself is heavily cloaked, but you can see with what looks like to be black gnarled hair kind of peeking out from beyond the cloak itself. Another individual you notice is very feminine in nature, looks very not uptight, but very professional. Carrying behind her with what looks like to be a wheel of telescopes and various other map-making tools. Another one, the last one that manages to come into this area is this rather demonic-looking individual. Massive horns, like a tiefling. Their tail kind of just almost whipping and cracking as they walk along, and on their back is this massive, jagged, great sword that they carry alongside them. And you can tell by the color of the steel, it has been caked and rusted by blood. As they all reach the center of this point, you take note that all of them are looking very sourly to the large bird-like creature standing across from the table. As you see his belt on, looks down towards you. You are about to witness politics in one of its most childish forms. As you see as one of the main gods here, as the one with the rather oldish look with the large grandfather clock counterweights on the cloak. Imperial, it is to my understanding that you had allowed a Walpurgis. Why is it that the Endless not cut you down here and now? And as this large bird kind of looks towards the older individual, it was to my understanding that there were many adventurers, as well as those who looked to prevent such an event, would have at least tried. The main concern was rather saving an individual. The release of the Witch Queen changes not. And you kind of see as the rather ratty looking one kind of laughs a bit. As that large head looks out towards Veltania. Even now, I believe that your pacted human and one of their mates is affected by the Blood Moon, as well as the Witch Queen. As she looks down towards you, Huron.
Do I, recognize her, or, anything?
The large bird-like creature?
Yeah.
Make a religion check.
Let's see. Where are you? 19.
19? You know every single figure within this room. Given your history and your travels, these are endless gods. And behind each and every one of them seems to be some kind of pacted mortal to them. With the exception of the one with the jagged sword and the one with the rats.
Sorry, did they ask me a question? My brain is multitasking.
It is asking about the allies that you have that could be affected by the Witch Queen.
Not sure about the Witch Queen specifically, but I know that, Witch Queen is the one that Winry has, the thing that Winry has, right? I'm rereading my notes.
The Cling Hex, yes.
Yeah, the Cling Hex has a very particular ability known as the Witch Blade. It is the conjured sword that comes along with it.
Okay, I was thinking of the right thing. Okay, cool. Yes, I have, there is a person that is, affected, yes.
You also know Cotton's affected by the blood moon. We discussed it before you went unconscious.
I know 2 individuals that will be affected by the blood moon, and we are supposed to be making preparations for their safety, this night. And he gives like a little head nod. Because it's the blood moon while he's sleeping, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As you see the much more violent and demonic-looking one looks over, I know not why we do not kill them all now. They simply will cause more trouble in the near future, left alive. And you see as Beltania looks at him with a rather sour look.
Yeah, it's also kind of doing the same. But...
As you see that, like, there is a bit of a moment of that. You see as the 2 that kind of were bickering amongst each other as they look out towards the rest of the table and speak in a unified manner. I believe it is much better if we were to wait and observe. Walpurgis is simply the beginning of to be a very chaotic dance for the rest of the world. We know not what the Witch Queen's intents are, but killing potential allies, especially of the mortal kind, will prove to be unsatisfactory. And you see as they quit talking and they turn back to each other and bicker amongst themselves again.
Red kind of frowns, because he definitely feels like he, in that kind of, like, defiant way that Beltania kind of knows of, like, I'm not gonna let these guys try to kill my friends. He doesn't say it out loud, but he's, like, definitely holding a more tense, defensive stance with, like, his arms crossed.
As you kind of take up this stance, you see kind of slipping next to you is the rather hunched over looking individual, kind of curiously eyeing you up and down. As you kind of just like get just a bare peek under the cloak, you see what is these dull yellow eyes that stare at you like rats.
Mirad kind of takes a glance at them, but then looks at Beltania. Is just like, am I supposed to say hello? It's like, what kind of customs do we have here? It's just like...
You kind of get a feeling that these are very unique individuals separately by themselves.
Right.
But this one in particular, as long as it's staring at you, it is very uncomfortable.
Hello.
You smelled that on me.
Yeah, it gives like a slow nod. Kind of looks at Beltania and looks back at her, just like, because he's like thinking, well, I am accompanied by a version of death. Yes, I'm her patron. That kind of fits the criteria. Makes sense.
Do you like her?
I know many hers, but I'm assuming you are referring to Beltania. And
yes.
I appreciate the contract that I have with them.
Shade.
He's like, oh, nah. It's like,
And you kind of feel at the bottom of your boot, kind of almost trying to crawl up, is one of the many rats that almost kind of flow out from under her before you kind of have to back off and like kick one of them. And as you do so, you see she kind of screeches at you, and then you notice a large tentacle slam between you and her. As you see, as Beltania has grown tired of the prodding.
Drama!
It's like, oof, just, I shouldn't get in between this, but I seem to be the problem. The drama.
Am I the drama?
Am I the drama?
As the rather older-looking individual now looking at Beltania and you. This matter about Walpurgis is not yet settled. We need to further discuss the matter for as long as it may need be. But do not go over too much time. I much like seeing the twilight. And what has now turned into this strange meeting of endless gods turns into a very long discussion about dealing with the Witch Queen, which at many points result into either overtly killing, or waiting to see, or doing absolutely nothing at all. And it kind of goes around in circles for this for quite some time.
Merritt is trying so hard not to roll his eye, because like he just like this is the reason why he just doesn't like politics, is that because everyone wants to be in control of the situation, no one's in control, and it doesn't get anything moving forward as a person of wanting to do actions and not let their ego get too much in the way.
At a certain point, there is a recess that is left behind for you and Beltania to have a short discussion privately. Tis ever so rarely do I find the necessity to bring one of my own to these events. But I wanted you to get a better idea of what we are like behind the veil.
In some cases, not very much different from what I've seen before. Of course, more power, but powerful, and can make bigger waves, so to speak. But they all seem to have definitely differing opinions. I don't really much agree with the killing of my ally. One especially for very specific reasons to do with the Witch Queen. Add a character, I'm rereading my notes. Murad does know about his daughter getting it from Rolay's dream, right?
No.
Or does Rolay not tell him? Okay. Making sure that I'm not crossing information. Okay, cool. Alright. So he doesn't know about that part, but still, he would still say that regardless, because he doesn't want Winry to be destroyed. Not sure why it's a problem now when this item seemed to have existed for a pretty long time. Or was everyone still doing the same circle of arguing even back then?
It was unknown as to where the Green Hex was for quite some time. It was a part of one of many of Mumgreer's treasures. However, there is a specific reason why I had brought you here. Believe it or not, even if it is the endless gods or the prime material deities, these kinds of discussions determine the very fate of your kind. It is best not to be so trifling with these sorts of matters.
Of course, yeah. I get that. It's doesn't change how frustrating it feels, but
Good. Now you know one major problem with gods. They will bicker among themselves until time runs out. But I warn you, challenge any one of them, including me. You will find yourself at the odd ends of the world where your soul will be torn asunder.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad you understand. I intend to provide you a gift for your time.
I have a question. Okay, so dream time. This isn't... The moon isn't happening now, is it?
It would have happened tonight. Well... let us just assume that the flow is much different. However, I feel it's imprudent of me to waste any more of your time. Besides, there are other things that are important for you to see. As you see that dripping out of your face is that black ichor dropping to the ground again. As it does, and it kind of fills around towards the bottom of your feet. Run wild. Run free. You're still mine at the end.
He gives like a little tiny 2-finger salute with a kind of somber little smile, just I understand. Yes, ma'am.
As you kind of almost feel the first tug and pull as you get slowly drawn into the black ichor, as you find yourself floating free. As night falls and you awaken, you find yourself revitalized, rejuvenated, and also empowered. The gift of your patron has been unlocked to you. As per your level up.
Huzzah!
As you notice it's very oddly quiet on the ship. As you exit out through the quarters, nobody's on top deck, nobody's below. And you also notice that As you're looking outwards, you are witnessing an island beginning to sink beneath the waters.
He spins.
You see what had happened was Cotton carrying an unconscious Winry.
As you take note that there is a small amount of splashing and isolated screaming.
Oh gosh. Okay. Okay.
You left them alone for too long.
Okay. Gets the daydream
Can I just
and
heal
starts
Wendy
going.
real quick?
We're swimming right now.
Just grab hold of Winry's head and heal.
All right. Swinging the boat around.
As you come pulling the boat around, as you're at the wheel, kind of looking down and seeing everyone in the water.
Can I command the ropes to come down and help pick them up out of the water?
Actually, yes. As
Nice.
you grab hold of the sword, you feel that there is a deeper connection with you and the ship. And as such, you notice that the ropes begin to move at your command. Much easier than before. And
Nice.
probably that could be a benefit to you later. In case somebody decides to board without your permission.
Yeet.
Very, very nice. But right now, his brain is just thinking about getting these guys to safety and out of the water. Not yet fully grasping just yet that he can do this. He's just panicking of just okay, gotta get these guys out of here. Come on, get them all on deck.
Yeah,
Shake them out a little bit.
All the ropes go over the ship, and everyone manages to grab on and get pulled up and out of the cold water. As all of you are now back aboard onto the Nightwish.
Yeah, me and Winry are sitting at Ouchie's o'clock right now.
Yeah, Winry's just kind of laying there.
I'm whipping around. I'm coming. I gave you your heals already, Wenry, so that's the 15.
I have to be honest. Roloi casted haste on me, so I'm probably exhausted for a moment.
That is true.
That's fair too.
Yeah, so
do you want heals or not?
Sure, but she's just gets on deck, lays on back, and just, hey man.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna give you a good touch.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's
That's
morning.
18.
Yay. What was that?
Is it morning? Is it still night?
It's
still
daytime.
nighttime.
It's technically
Or nighttime, okay. But it's the next day, it's not the blood moon.
Yeah,
He looks up at the sky.
it's a regular moon. In fact, it's not even a full moon, in a weird way.
And since Roloi is
His
mending and all
eyebrow
that.
twitches with a little bit of annoyance, but he's I got it. Gotta move forward, one thing at a time. I could be mad later.
Before he gets down there, Cotton would look to the rest of them and be like, I don't think we should tell him about what we took just now, because she might be listening.
Winry just holds a thumbs up and pats her back.
Okay.
That's all fair and good. Just concentrate on resting, please.
I'm coming down.
I'm gonna go nurse this bump on my head.
Yeah.
Okay, wait,
Go lay
hold
down.
on, slow down. No, no. Come on, back
She got
here.
goofied from Kingdom Hearts 2.
I understand that she needs rest. I do need to know what the fuck happened.
You might want to sit down for this, sweetie. It's a long one.
Okay. Okay.
First of all, it's good to see her up too.
Yeah, I don't know why it's the next day.
Because you slept through the whole night?
Unfortunately. Forcefully.
It's like a corpse.
Not with consent. But I had apparently a meeting to be at.
a meeting?
Yeah, y'all will have to hear about this a little bit too. I don't think. Yeah, I didn't give him the impression that Beltania wanted him to just keep this a secret or not. I don't know.
She didn't say directly.
There was no implication. She doesn't care what you tell them.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Do you want the long story or the short version?
He looks along the group. Sees that they're pretty beat up, right?
It's just Wenry and Cotton.
Okay.
Specifically Cotton, she got hit on the way in and the way out.
Okay. Starting with... Okay.
Do you want to start with the Blood Moon?
Yeah. Let's start with that. Everything seems okay?
Oh, it wasn't, unfortunately. Apparently I was able to rip the bars off of the brig.
I single-handedly held off your wife.
Good job. Yeah,
Me
I'm glad.
biting you repeatedly?
What?
But
Are you
I did
okay?
it.
Yeah, so the Blood Moon does affect me,
Okay.
but it's not just I go angry like I usually do. It's, how did you describe it, Roloi?
I don't know. You hit me pretty hard.
I was much bigger, and,
Yeah, this wasn't
You went
normal.
feral.
yeah.
Okay.
Just more bestial and bigger and angry, and apparently I insulted him.
Oh.
Really bad.
Oh.
Oh, it wasn't that bad.
To be fair, he got me
Most
back
of it was
afterwards.
true.
It hurts
Can't
more
be
when
an
it's
insult
true.
if it's true.
we did try to take precautions, but it didn't quite work out the way we planned. It all got up top deck, and well, we did get help.
That's good.
Roloi, I can't explain time stuff very well. That's your shtick.
Well, I suppose there's no, use in hiding it since the... Well, we'll get there. Your daughter popped out of this, and he holds up the shard of Dunamancy.
But not our little one.
Nope, big one.
Big one?
From
Full
a different...
grown.
Yeah, future timeline. One of many, I guess.
Oh.
She had both your sword and also the clean hex.
Yeah, this thing. And Winter will hold up her arm.
Murad kind of puts his hands on his hips and kind of thinks about it. And just nods, just like,
Before you say,
Yeah.
why didn't we wake you up? We kind of couldn't.
no, I blame, she's probably giggling about it, but I blame her.
So yeah, she...
Blame it on the gods.
Yeah.
Simple
There's a
terms-
quiet giggle in the back of his mind.
Simple terms, she came through his spellcaster thingy and was sent here by his future self that she calls Uncle Roloi.
Murad looks at Roloi and
Holly is Auntie Holly, and that's Auntie Winry.
Apparently we have some positive influence on her, so hooray.
It was weird.
She controlled the Night Wish and used the ropes and like you did, but in a restraining way, and then Roloi, I'm assuming, cast sleep on me because that was a very restful sleep out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So the rest is on you because that part I was unconscious for. Wink, Kendra. I wouldn't know the other part with the witch.
Alright, well, so it wasn't just your girl that popped up. I saw this other figure appear. I don't know if anybody else did, but very tall. Couldn't see too clearly, but I think there was a crown of, like, bones or something. Very disturbing. I didn't like it.
A very specific aesthetic.
Yeah, and remarkably, I think my arm was a little bit itchy when she showed up. And she's touching at her cling X.
I have
So
questions
I'm
about
feeling-
that, but I'll let you
Pointed
finish.
glance.
Everyone
She looks
looks
at
at
it and
this
squints.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little thing. It's feeling a little harder to control this thing. So
And that thing is on my daughter.
You're
Was.
so this is where it's going to get hard to understand a little.
Okay.
So, barring that I didn't miss anything else, I guess, and she's looking at the rest, so she came here to help us out with something that, and I don't like keeping things from you. I just need you to trust me and us when I tell you that, for now, it's best that you don't know too much.
It gets fucky.
It does.
it's
Okay.
But it's
very messy.
But it's in your best interest. But, she came here to help us out, and, what she
And-
helped us get,
It was on that island that's
Now
where we will look
underwater.
over to the side. Yeah, it's gone now. So
she did what
And-
she had to do to help us out to get something in particular for you at some point. And, yeah,
Where is she?
well,
In doing so, she changed the future,
so she...
meaning that the timeline she was from no longer exists. I'm
Keep in
sorry.
mind, our daughter is still alive. It's just...
That version of her is erased.
And if it makes you feel any better, she did say that her version of that timeline wasn't going great.
think about it this way, Mirad. There's only one way she would have had the Klinghacks and the Daydream.
She did
I mean-
mention that in that timeline she was from, I was the only one who survived.
So,
So she wanted to change it.
It's very sweet of her. Very reckless, very dangerous,
Sounds like someone I know.
very much my daughter.
She looks very much like
honestly,
you.
honestly, she was your spitting image.
Yeah, I thought she was you when I woke up.
She probably looks more like my mom, probably with just fiery hair.
The
She has a
slight
very
sad
strong
because
gene.
she still can't visualize his mom.
I have a picture of her. You can see her.
You
anytime.
can't because it might just. Remember what he said. Just, we have to take it slow. You can't just here fix this. But barring that, Holly also made sure that I actually got to speak with her, and there was no malice, there was no anger, and she made it a point to tell me that I quote unquote never walked away from her in the first place. So there is hope, maybe, for the other whatever timeline we wind up going with, I guess.
It kind of gets like a saddened face.
Yeah, she did give me a letter, and she's like panicked for a second, like, because since her daughter, this version of her daughter's gone, and she looks at her pocket to see if it's still there.
Yeah, as you go and reach to it, you pull it out. It's still there.
Huh. See, this
It
is why I don't
is-
understand time stuff, Roy.
This is
Wizard
why you leave it to
nonsense.
me.
Based off of your passive history, you would know that parchment like this is not like normal paper. It is made out of inks. However, after years and years and years and years, it doesn't just degrade normally. But what you can tell from this parchment is that this is hundreds of years old. Just
This
by
is-
its feel and weight.
Yeah, she's just looking at it like, I'm just gonna take your word for it, Roy. It's very hard for my mind to understand it, but
You should probably do that on most things, but yes.
listen, come to me with
That gives
alchemy
an
and I'll
eyebrow
school you, okay? So, yeah, she, while you were... Honestly, you were also recovering. Keep in mind, you went through something traumatic again. So, don't be too hard on yourself, please.
I wasn't there for when you guys needed me, and I missed Zara again. This is the second time.
We will get her back. And it's gonna be a better timeline. And you will be there with her. Given what we did, which will be a bargaining chip later. That's all we can tell you for your own safety.
Okay. Because, like, Murad is thinking of, like, the contract that he made with the other lady, so when Cotton says this, he's like, I'm gonna drop it then. That's
she's
fine.
like, listen, I love you, but please don't cry. I can't tell you.
That's fine. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Like, as I said before, if it's something that I don't need to know and you know it, then it's fine.
Also, I hate temple traps. Anyways,
yeah, they're kind of a bitch.
yeah.
Yeah, temples, yeah, no fun. No fun.
Don't say details about what it is. Let it go. It's just
I'm
quiet.
not saying anything.
The italics are, she might be listening. Careful. So yeah, and then you found us in the water.
Yeah. So Island went down because of Thing.
Mm-hmm.
Zara was forced back to a timeline after changing a thing.
No.
Right? Or
Not
no,
how that works.
I will make this very clear. The timeline that she was from is gone.
So that one's gone.
Along with everything in it.
Because now it's a different path.
Okay. Then probably we can fix another thing. Points at Wenry.
Yes.
Are
Yes, sir.
you okay enough to talk about that thing?
I mean, she took a pretty decent bonk on the head.
I'm okay if I can sit down.
Of course, yeah.
I'll tell you what I can.
Because what they were talking about, and he points upwards, was about that.
The Klinghex?
The Witch Queen.
Ah, yes. So I don't know too much about this. I mean, I've only really had a chance to talk to one of the bearers of the blade, and honestly, in hindsight, I probably should have chatted with Zara a little bit longer about it. But, so, yeah, this blade wasn't initially meant to be anything really bad or crazy, but meant to be something to protect the ladies that bore it. And it was through some events of the first bearer of this device that a contract thing was kind of established, and now I have to select a target every time with this thing. Currently, my target is that pirate lord, Viskel.
I mean, rightfully so.
Yes, rightfully so. Very much so. But before he was the target, you remember that general from Hongwei?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would not leave me alone. It would not shut up until her blood was on the blade and her head rolled on the sand.
Okay.
Of course, not long after, it was pestering me again for another target, so...
So Zara somehow became
A bearer of the
this
Klinghex?
cycle.
Yes. I don't know how the last bearer lost their blade, but obviously they're not around anymore, and, you remember I found this thing in a box in Mumger's treasure, so it's been a very long time since it was last used.
And that's the reason why they're only talking about this now is because now you have it.
Yeah, I have it. It's out in the world. So my thoughts are, with it being out in the world, it woke up something.
Yeah.
That hasn't been woken up for a long time.
Yeah, they keep talking about this Witch Queen and needing to destroy every aspect of her in some way. And that implied you. Of course, I didn't speak up because I'm not that much of an idiot, but I clearly made sure that Beltania knew that I was not keen on the idea of killing one of my crew.
I am very flattered you think so highly of me, Captain.
So, I don't know how cursed items work, but if there's a solution to either remove that from you in some way, or cure this curse that it's under, I don't know how this stuff works. But if it's a possibility and we find it on the way, I suggest that we look into it. Just to keep your safety.
It is a funny magic thing, and, well, I'm pretty good with magic. I think I'll do my best to figure out what I can by... She looks at it. Maybe I'll try to get in touch with the prior wielders.
If only there was someone on board the ship that knows more about it.
Reloy, are we going back to when you identified without her permission?
Precisely!
I mean...
Wenry will roll her eyes, just like...
I mean, if Roloi, and Winry have an agreement to divulge this information, I would be all ears. Because this ends up on my daughter, so there's 2 reasons why we need to look into this.
Yeah.
So, we couldn't really ask her much because she told us she couldn't answer a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time stuff.
We were very restricted in what we could know, what we could ask, so on and so forth.
I'm still gonna have to get used to Uncle Roloi, though.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, that's not a title I expected.
Happens when you learn chronomancy from a chronomancy wizard.
Yep.
I mean, I knew she was a smart girl.
She's very
I'm not surprised by hearing any of this, but still, it was dangerous and reckless.
Uh-huh. And she pats your back.
Still, it was dangerous and reckless.
You're stating that because you really wish you could have been there for it.
I'm worried.
It's okay.
Especially when he talked about her being in a void or what have you. I guess this is what she meant.
Well, things are definitely getting complicated considering now she came to us from that timeline and we know Arthur's trying to get the Sandtide and Roloi kind of gave us a bit of a glimpse into something that's not so great. So let's do everything we can to avoid that.
Especially since now we do have a means.
Mm-hmm.
In a way.
Yeah, make sure that we don't die too soon and force Zara to go through that again.
Well, I don't know. Rollo's pretty good about picking when we do die and not. So
yeah, he seems to be the
I don't.
The say in all this.
I just know.
Gotcha. While they're just bickering, though, Cotton's just gonna open the letter for the time being.
As you open the letter, it is faded ink that has been there for a long time. It has 2 sentences. Look beneath our old home. I love you both. Your Firefly.
Yeah, that makes her tear up really bad.
Mira was trying to coax Winry and Roloi to agree to divulge the information about the Clean Hex a little bit more. Just like I understand he didn't do it without your consent, and he will know better for next time.
Yeah, consent is
Like-
key, Reloy, as she's, like, wiping her eye, like...
But we kind of need to know more about this, Winry.
Yes,
we also have to go find something else, apparently. And she'll hand the letter over to him.
Oh.
I'm assuming
As-
old home means Hollengrad.
Look beneath our old home. I love you both. Love your firefly, Zara.
Beneath her old home.
As
What could be
you
beneath
hold
that?
it, Mirad, Mirad, as you're holding the letter, and given your natural body heat is above everyone else, you take note that as you turn towards the backside of the page to see if there's more, as you turn it back over, you notice that the heat from your hands is revealing an intricate design beneath the words.
He puts his palm, puts the paper gently down on his whole palm just to try to see.
Just don't make it combust.
Oh
It
yeah, no,
looks-
he's being very careful.
It looks like a blueprint of a house.
Does it look like the Hollengrad house?
As far as you would be familiar with it, yeah. And with an exact place. Almost like a kid's record for a secret treasure. if you will.
Oh, how appropriate. The pirates finally get a treasure map.
Yeah, of my home. Our home. In Hollengrad.
Yeah.
You know, the Dark Continent. That one.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't fear it now, but... I'm not
It's
gonna-
still a pain in the ass sometimes.
It is. It absolutely is. I mean, points at eye.
Yeah. I mean, we're
Well,
matching, but
we still gotta deal with finding what's her face first. But at least we're on the right side of the ocean for this.
oh yeah.
It's true. We're on the correct side of the whole planet, to be honest.
It's north of where we're going, I believe.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, nighttime, and Murad looks up at the sky and tries to determine their location. Where they are.
You would know that you're about several hundred clicks away from the eastern coastline of Wallenstein.
Okay.
Somewhere between Mordal and the cliffs of Thalia.
Well, we're staying away from that.
Yeah. We're
Yeah,
gonna
I
try to
don't
steal
think-
clear from that.
Yeah, I don't think I want to go there.
No,
Unless
we're
that's
not.
the only way, but
We have
double check
to
the map.
go further north, I believe.
Let me see. Sorry, I'm double checking maps.
Yeah.
Just.
Me as a player, and then Murad would have the whole map and compass thing, and the measure clicks.
Yeah, but also
and
if you go
everything in his
to D6
office.
Sandtide notes and click the pins, you'll
There it
see
is.
the.
Okay,
Yeah.
I keep forgetting which note, which channel it's in. Okay, my bad. All right, there we go. I
Good
found
thing
it.
we got him pinned.
All right, cool. Yeah. Okay, so up north, we're going to Hollengrad, and
Hollingrad's the next one. What is the place we're looking for on the right side?
I think it's more a person we're looking for.
No, yes, but on a landmass that we're looking for.
yeah.
You know that somewhere along the Xi'an Sea is where this individual known as Arona has made home. However, the exact location within the Xi'an Sea is not apparent to you yet.
So we
But
just gotta.
You know it's here.
So we just gotta keep. God, I hope it's not the island we just sunk.
If that person is as important as we believe they are, I don't think they would perish that quickly. I mean, we can do a roundabout of the island just to make sure we're not
The island
not
is down there now.
leftovers.
Also, the island was kind of abandoned.
That is true. So we gotta keep our eyes out for land masses, and hopefully we find the right one. Is that what we're saying here?
Well, there's these guys, which she points at, like some little dots of islands, and then there's this cliff area, and then there's, of course, like, I don't know if they would be a tundra person to go near, like, the icy shores.
No.
No thank you. I don't like being a popsicle.
If they're in a city, then probably
They're
some of
trying
these
to avoid
locations.
being found. I don't think they'd be in the cities.
So basically,
So an
we need
island.
to just
Sometimes
keep
you
an eye
hide in
on
plain
everything.
sight.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it is easy to hide in plain sight. But if this person isn't doing that, then these are the only islands we can probably go to.
So why don't we check them first before we start having to deal with people again?
Mm-hmm. How's our... Okay, so I've only been gone for a day. Okay, so we should be fine with rations for a while.
Yeah, we're fine. Just the blood moon was a bit of a... Ow.
Yeah, he's like going through like dad captain job mode of like just going through his checklists. Because he was gone for a whole day, and that freaks him out. He doesn't like
it's
that.
Okay.
He likes
It's okay. I promise you, we're all fine. The ship is in one piece. I didn't kill anybody, so we're good.
Okay.
We just
We're
sunk an
fine.
island. No biggie.
Sunken Island. Yeah, sure. We should probably mark this off the map then. Right here. Just like X out like a little dot and just puts like a little red note of like sunken.
Forget that one.
It's twice now we've caused something massive to happen to an island.
As pirates
Maybe
are
all
wont to do.
Well, the first one at least you guys had a little bit of fun with.
Yeah.
Did we?
Don't you remember the fight? Did you see her get smashed with a freaking cannonball?
That was
Yes,
fun.
I remember the fight and being very sick after that.
True. That was a nasty knife.
Sure was.
Whatever happened to it? You sold it.
Yeah, we sold it. It's done. It's in the ether somewhere
Listen,
in the market.
it was sold for a good reason so that Reloy could get the shit he needed.
By the end of the year, like, it's just come full circle. It's like it's in another shop somewhere.
Yeah, like merchants pass hands and it's just like, oh hey, there it is. Let's just buy it back. Get some extra stabs
Oh, hey,
in.
look, they're selling it for cheaper than we sold it for. Let's get it.
Yeah. Well, okay. So we have Mira course heading, and since he is fully awake, he's going to stay up the night while everyone else rests, because he rested that whole time.
Cotton has to
Good,
dry out in
because
the wind.
I'm pretty sure Cotton and Winry could use a nap.
Cotton has to dry out first.
Heat.
Prestidigitation is so useful.
Well, Mira doesn't have that, as far as
She
I
doesn't
know.
just ask Reloy for it. It's just something, if he decides he wants to do it, sure, but she doesn't just
Wait,
ask him for it.
Does
Gosh,
it?
I
Wait,
wonder
no.
if Wizard is here with the Save the Day spell.
Who's Wizard? I
Wait.
just know a Reloy.
A Rolloy.
Ah.
Doesn't your cloak give you waterproofing?
No.
It does. It's supposed to. It's the Cloak of the Mandarin. You're not affected by the water.
Hold on. There it is. It does not say I do not get wet.
Oh, well then.
It says while wearing the cloak, you can breathe underwater and you have a swimming speed of 60 feet. That's it.
Unfortunate.
Oh well. I want to pet some sea pancakes. Anyways.
She is now
Yeah,
the
it
sea
helps.
pancake.
You have the stinger and everything, too.
Haha, very funny.
So, heating, driving ship.
She's basically trying to also give you the excuse to spend time with her for now since you were out for so long and so much stuff happened.
Yeah.
Hey, Lo-Fi, how about we stop boofing?
As the night begins to roll through, Cotton and Murad, as you guys spend some time with each other, as the rest of you find yourselves below deck, catching some well-deserved sleep after the harrowing effort of the temple.
Anyone else who hears Temple of Doom music in your ears, you get a AAA award.
As the two of you spend a little bit more time discussing with yourselves.
Mira gives a very deep sigh and is kind of frustrated a little bit about being out for so long, but also like missing his daughter again. He hasn't seen his daughter in years, and this is the second time he has had a chance to see them, but was inconvenienced in one way or another.
We're gonna get her back. There's no way we could have known that she would suddenly appear at this point in time from a different timeline.
I seem to just have really bad luck. Or... the fates might be telling me that I am not allowed to see her.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. For things I can't tell you.
Time stuff?
Time stuff.
He gives like a nod.
For
Another
once
deep
we
sigh.
have a bit of hope, okay? It's gonna get better.
I hope so. I'm glad to hear that she's okay. That's all I care about.
She's gonna grow up to be a very smart and just so much like you, honestly. Very
Yeah.
strong, very smart, powerful. And apparently surrounded by family.
Good. Good. Mirad is holding the locket. Kind
What's
of
that?
rubbing his finger over it. It's
You never told her that you had the locket returned to you, by the way.
It's the locket that I had that I gave to Zara. And it was returned to me by Arthur when we met him at the pirate city. Yeah.
Like, she's doing her best to just not lean into the knee-jerk reaction to lean into the more feral part of her now.
It's okay, I was pissed too. It was very unfortunate for that one law, but it also kept our daughter safe, so I can't be too mad at it. But, oh man, I really wanted to chop his head off.
Trust me. I agree with that notion, but we gotta be careful about it. He's not strength and all that, but he's incredibly smart, which makes him powerful in his own way.
Yeah. He probably knew that was the only way to really have a polite conversation with me.
It's always polite. It makes it more frustrating.
I'm worried that Zara will forget who we are.
She won't. She can't. No matter how smart he is, short of harming her in a way to make her forget. You can't just erase a parental bond like that. And seeing as she remembers both of us and, her grandfather for sure, when the future version of her, at least in that timeline, no. And if there's one thing I know about him, he definitely keeps a promise, so altering her like that would be breaking that promise. She, hates the fact that it almost sounds like a compliment because she's so angry at him, and she's like, let me tell you how much it took me not to punch him in the face when he offered me to come back to work with him as if nothing happened.
He always tries to find a loophole.
Not loopholes, he's just really good at orchestrating things.
I mean, that's a little bit of a loophole. Just a pinch.
Honestly, I think the only thing he didn't plan for was both of us coming back. That's it. Or at least he's really good at hiding surprise.
Oh no, he's always been able to.
I mean, it's really hard to glean that from a mask, so.
Yeah. I mean, that helps too. He also has very stiff body movements.
It's fucking prick.
I would imagine he would be very good at poker. I don't think he was never a poker guy.
I didn't quite try to figure that out, considering I was working under him, so...
Meredith kind of does a half shrug. It's like, I did. I tried to figure that out.
You had the luxury of that.
As the night goes on, you guys continue to reminisce and laugh at many of the old memories.
Well, the ones she can remember.
Yeah. You find yourselves, Cotton, you find yourself quickly talking through the night before heading to bed. And Murad, you're left with a few hours on your own, contemplating, making your way forward. As a few days will pass, as you guys continue to make your way northward to any of the isles. Upon the fourth day out on sea,
and you guys get dinner and breakfast from Mira.
Yeah.
Noodles!
Oh my
Yay.
god!
You all are above deck today, as you hear the faint knocking and the burst of magic coming from the main door leading to the lower decks. As it opens, you see entering to the main deck is two individuals. The familiar face of Alois Azure. More peppy, more happier than usual. And another, Murad and Cotton, two familiar, both of you are familiar to this face. A tall and somewhat macabre-looking humanoid individual with what looks like to be this scaled face around the eyes and these beautiful eyes themselves. As Alois enters and kind of looks at all of you. Well, it's good to see all of you well and alive right now.
Mr. Azure!
He's met with Cotton just immediately hugging him.
As you do, just hugs
Murad
and
holds a poker face in some
well,
way.
now that the secret's out, it doesn't matter. And they're out in the middle of the ocean, so who gives a care?
A mysterious benefactor returns.
Oh,
well,
yes.
not too mysterious, but...
Speaking of levels of mystery, as he goes and points to the man behind him, Connor, would you be so kind and be Doctor Salazar for me?
Yay!
You see a individual wearing sort of a almost lab coat-esque robe on him that is sort of teal in color, adorned with gold lining and red undershirt. Notably, one of his hands is covered in a long glove. The other is wrapped with several belts. He has stark white lips, sort of cracked cheeks that edge out from the edges of his lips. Scales and hair reflects the light in sort of an opalescent fashion. And he seems to have strange hair about him.
Cotton's ears would immediately perk up like, Dr. Salazar! Hey!
Yes, hello, Cotton. It's good to see
Howdy.
you again. I hope you're doing well.
Better than I used to be, apparently.
Hey,
I suppose I won't have to play the family physician then.
As
Well
far as
paid,
I'm
trust me,
aware.
I am.
That's why I stick around.
Given that I've brought the good doctor with us here today and paying him extra for his efforts, I am hopefully going to ask all of you to at least have a proper checkup to ensure all of you are well and healthy. So, don't be too shy. He doesn't bite hard.
I can.
Haha,
Better
very
not.
funny.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this gig came with benefits.
I have to take care of you all
He raises
somehow.
an eyebrow.
This is, by the way, timeline-wise, this is after also Seacher called his scales pretty. This is twice he's been complimented.
Yeah.
I was referring to healthcare, but okay.
We get dental?
Yeah, right here in the contract.
Right. I have an HMO. I found it somewhere random.
Let me open his sheet real quick, even though he's probably not this high level yet.
At this stage, I think you guys were level, I think 7 or 8.
I believe it was 8.
He's definitely not this high level then.
Yeah, his higher level one is later on.
Look at some of his capabilities then.
As he kind of like leaves behind the some of the crew as Alois walks over to Cotton.
Oh, are any of my assistants with me?
You can, yeah. I imagine not too far behind him is a
Some
couple
white
of
figures
yeah.
that move in sort of a robotic fashion almost accompany him. They don't make much noise or really say or acknowledge any of you. They just sort of blindly follow Salazar wherever he moves.
It's good to think nothing's changed here.
Yeah, Mirat just reacts like he was just like, yeah, it's just since he knows this individual. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah.
As you kind of get ready to prepare to do a checkup for this crew, you see as Alois comes over to you, Salazar, and just puts a hand on your shoulder and leans in close. As he whispers into your ear, just look for anything that might be abnormal.
He raises an eyebrow at that.
The rest of the crew.
Normal.
Yeah, abnormal.
With you and yours?
Looks at each individual with their abnormalities.
Henry's the
just
only
very
normal one
subconscious.
here.
As he looks at you, it's just like, given the recent events, I'd imagine that any information that possibly have this is might be useful.
Very well. Do you want some privacy, or should we do this out in the open?
I imagine that you'd be willing to take over the captain's quarter for a bit, but first, you need to spend some time with Cod.
Very well.
I'm
We'll
not in
be
trouble,
there
am I?
Preparing. I assume you don't mind, Captain.
Oh,
Well, technically it's not my ship, but yeah.
that's hers.
Yeah, like Mirat has learned to make it a point that it's not his ship. Yeah, he sleeps in the captain's quarters.
For the next little bit, it's going to be my operating room.
Understood.
Do you
The
think
operating room? What?
not
Not
let me
gonna
move some
you.
papers.
Relax.
It's fine. It's fine. Mirad follows just to help clear off any papers and stuff like that. That if he needs room for places, so nothing crazy ends up on his maps and stuff like that. Basically.
Last thing we need is Fallenstein covered in a bloodstain.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, foreshadowing. Kidding.
Stained in the war of blood.
Fear
not-
I'm very clean.
All right.
Yeah.
As you go and prep, with the rest of the party.
Exit. Stage right.
Cotton, you're pulled off to the side by Alois as you make your way to the forecastle of the ship. Oh, at least some decent news for you.
Oh.
As you see, as he kind of undoes the tie a bit and unbuttons the shirt, and he pulls, and you see what was once that crown of bone-like scar that had kind of nearly consumed his shoulder has disappeared.
Where? What? And she'll poke at it carefully, but poke at it what happened? Not that I'm not happy about it, but what happened?
Mistakes were made. But in the end, it worked out. However, I lost an ally in the effort.
Oh, you mean that other team you have?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Wait, was this on the Blood Moon?
Yes.
It seems like we all had a crazy night.
I do need to inform you, that there's probably more danger than I initially thought since the last time we spoke.
Is this gonna be plain speak, or is this gonna be, only know what I have to know?
Put it blatantly, it seems that by the cause of my own hubris, I have released the Witch Queen.
Her name's coming up again. Okay, how?
A completed ritual. One of blood. One that was intended to keep her sealed for much longer than intended. However, it was by my failures of allowing the stage to be set, it managed to fall through. Either which way, I'm going to attempt to keep a much more closer eye on all of this.
Okay.
The Witch Queen does have something against me. Something that I don't want you getting fundamentally involved with. Until the matter is settled.
Okay. But for the sake of the argument, what am I expecting if things go south and it does involve us?
As you take note of that, as he goes and he pulls out from his jacket with what looks like to be this stone that comes out from it, and he hands it to you. I wouldn't do this under most normal circumstances. But I need to know if you're ever in danger. If she comes for you.
Me or this crew? Obviously I'll call for you, but I know you not telling me things is supposed to be a safety thing, and I do trust you. But on the other side of that coin, getting caught unawares is usually not a good thing either.
If she comes for you, comes ready for you, I will be there.
I'm assuming this is a sending stone.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, I'll call you. For sure, I worry about you when you don't tell me things.
I worry that if I'm not smart about the decisions I make, I put you all in greater peril. As you see, as he kind of goes, why do I smell Zara here?
Ah, yeah. So, Blood Moon.
As you go to explain him that whole story.
Montage!
Yeah. As the rest of you are kind of being huddled into the captain's quarter one by one, getting a checkup from Doctor Salazar, starting with Mirad.
Oh, okay. Mirad was gonna be at the end of the line, but making sure the kids got taken care of first. But Mirad is okay with the majority of the checkup. He refuses to take off his eye patch, though.
Salazar will quirk a brow and he'll sort of gesture his hands to be like, come on, I'm checking for weird stuff.
He kind of frowns.
There is such a thing as patient-client confidentiality.
Yeah, but you work for Azure, and I've worked for Azure, and I still work for Azure now.
That's still your father-in-law, dude.
You've had this conversation with Dr. Salazar many a time when you don't want something.
I was told to look for anything strange. Even the bunch that he usually hangs out with, I need to be especially thorough. Now, please, Captain.
Okay. If it goes outside of this room, it only goes to Azure.
Cross
Better
my
not
heart,
shoot me, either.
cross my heart and hope to die.
He kind of like gives a face.
The necromancer, man.
Yeah. It's like, And he removes his eye patch to reveal a how do I describe it? It's like a octopus type eye for the pupil. The color is not his fiery his typical fiery gold color. In fact, it has like a black has a blue purple iris along with like a black the white part of it. I forget what that's called.
Or Sclera.
Sclera is is black and starry and inky looking.
I'm assuming this is benefit of your agreement.
Yeah. I'm sure she's saying hi now.
You,
Hello.
Dr. Salazar, as a man who involves himself in the art of death for as long as you live, you would know that any pact with a goddess that roams within the death domain tends to kind of irk you a bit, but not so much Beltania, as they are kept specifically out into the oceans.
She sees you. She says hi.
Hello.
He kind of does like a little, like, ugh. Unfortunately, only I can hear her.
Well, she's not getting a checkup right now. Well, I've looked you over and everything looks fine for the most part. You didn't experience anything strange during the blood moon, though, did you?
I was inconvenienced during the blood moon, as in my patron had something for me to experience while the blood moon was going on, and I was gone for a lot longer than I thought I would be.
I
So
see.
I wasn't present.
I assume unrelated, then.
Yeah.
Very well. And he'll just do a quick detect magic just to finalize his scan of him.
The only place that the only two things, actually no, a few things. You do notice that a majority of the magical items that are on him are, of course, brewing with magic. The two swords that he has, and as well as his
Gauntlets.
his gauntlets, as they radiate with magical energy. However, the most radiant and kind of blaring magical energy that is kind of permeating from him comes from that eye specifically.
Would my particular set of skills be able to let me identify that he came back from the dead recently?
I mean, he does have wounds.
What's Doctor Salazar's passive or Arcana skill?
Oh man, I need to go back to when he was level 7. Well, hang on, let me get his proficiency bonus at level 7. It would be a +3. It is very much not a +3 in his current sheet, so it would be his passive arcana is 18.
18?
Damn.
So, you would know that he is held together by that magic in his eye. He's still fresh and alive. His heart is beating. He's alive, but the source of that power comes from the eye.
So I would be able to tell that he was brought back from the dead recently?
He was probably brought back from the dead many years ago.
Many years ago, okay.
Yeah.
So this would not be a new development.
Yeah, nothing new.
All right.
Been a while.
Well, then Salazar will cast Prestidigitation on his hands. All right, you're good to go. Send in the next one.
All right.
Holly!
As you pass by Holly, as you walk through, and you can tell it's one of those kind of meetings with the doctor where it's just like they tell you what everything that's both right and wrong, and you just feel mad about it. Holly, as you enter, and the space is clear for you, and you take a seat next to the man himself, begin the checkup.
I would notice her raven iconography as well, yes.
Oh yes, the Raven Queen is very prominent with this one.
Two death gods in a day.
Greetings.
I know we don't know each other. This is going to be a very, well, I would say standard, but I'm here checking for anything strange. You haven't experienced anything strange physically, especially after the blood moon, have you? And he'll just begin examining you with a careful medical eye.
I mean, a weird dream or two here or there, but that's nothing crazy. That's normal.
Well, unfortunately, I am not a shrink. I am a physician.
No, I guess not.
I'm loving this.
Yeah. So awkward. Like, there's like a intensity in the room of like, who's better at death magic right now?
She's trying to figure
anything.
out what's going on with him. Like, she's looking at him and analyzing just as much as he's looking at her.
She's, mind you, deadpan face too, like no expression.
Let me see. What's your... You have an insight of 16. How much is Doctor Salazar an open book right now?
He's in, like, let's practice medicine mode right now. So he's sort of... He's off somewhere else.
Okay. I mean, so Holly, from general passive insight, from what you can tell from this man himself, he's obviously somebody who is practicing medicine, but also practicing a certain type of magic that most clerics like yourself are familiar with. Depending on, but if you're averse to necromancy, then by all means. But yes, he does practice some form of death magic. And you can also kind of get a waft of that from his two assistants.
A little eau de corpse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of an earthy tone.
A careful glance under each of his assistants' hoods would reveal that they are, in fact, skeletons.
Yeah.
She's definitely giving you the, like, glare down. Not sure if she likes you.
Mirad kind of thinks, just like, I should have warned her about that. Whatever. Oh, well.
It's all
good. Salazar will look up and see you glaring, and he would immediately go back to examining you, just checking for bruises or scrapes or injuries or anything.
I do hope this won't be a problem with you and your goddess.
It's just a checkup. Shouldn't be a major issue.
Very pragmatic of you.
Do you pray to anyone?
Not anymore.
Okay.
My people have lost their deity.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be. He was evil.
Oh.
Actually, Holly, passive religion will tell you that the way that this man looks in the scales, the eyes, they kind of lean towards a Yuan-Ti, a group of people who some 50 years ago tried to take over the town of Lobon. Their god, which was banished by Osmodeus from the Hells, had perished at the hand of one of a crow father of yours, and their brother or sister, I suppose. It's complicated, but you do know that there is actual history with the Raven Queen and the now dead gods here.
Okay. she's gonna kind of take what he said and be like, I don't suppose you had any part in...
No,
Okay.
I did not.
Just asking.
That's fine. Little polite conversation during a checkup never hurt anybody. Speaking of hurts, any aches, pains you've been feeling lately? Anything unusual?
Last time I put that mask on that I got, my back hurt a little bit, but that's about it.
Is the mask visible at this point?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's on her
it's apparent.
hip.
Yeah.
I'll do a little detect magic on that.
As you go to detect magic, there is a faint string of some kind of magic. It leans close to the divine in a way. Even as a hint of it, it seems only possible if it is actually worn to show its full capacity, but yeah, it's a very unusual mask, and it's almost as lifelike as it possibly would be for those who have seen the masked version of the Raven Queen.
You said you felt your back beginning to hurt when you wore the mask. Do you mind
like
if
it was heavy.
Would you mind if I examined it more closely?
Sure. She unarmors herself, and in the process of unarmoring herself, unbinds herself.
Yeah.
So you can get a look at her back.
Wow!
And you'd be the first
Flies
person
into the
to
wall.
see.
Yeah, just
So
not in
that's
the know.
like
Holly is very
6d10
well
bludgeoning damage.
Something like that.
Holly is a very well endowed character. If you need a mental image,
hold on, just got to get the girls out.
Salazar picks up one of the jawbones that fell to the floor from his
Don't be rude.
and Salazar will
Jesus.
one of the skeletons will pass him a pearl from his pouch, and he will cast Identify on that mask. He's a bit more polite than Reloy.
Yeah.
A bit?
he better be.
Okay. As you identify the mask, it is seemingly a conjured token of the Raven Queen, almost as if wearing it kind of breaks certain limits, but it is only isolated to the person that wears it. So it is specifically designed for Holly. And so it allows her to kind of overcome certain limits that she is not fully aware of just yet.
Be careful when you wear this. Work your way up towards utilizing more of its power.
I've only put it on once so far because I felt I needed to help my friends.
Be wary. The god's power is a heavy thing.
Yeah.
I'll just check her back to see if there's anything wrong or bruised or out of the ordinary.
From what you can immediately tell, kind of hidden, kind of right between the shoulder blades, is what looks like to be a pair of black wings, kind of marked into the skin a bit.
I'm assuming these tattoos are new.
I don't have tattoos. They're not allowed by the temple.
Well.
Tattoo?
What?
To look.
Yeah, I'll, if there's a mirror somewhere in here, one of the skeletons will fetch it and he will show her the markings.
Kind of like a mirror, so that way you can kind of get a better look at it. Yeah, it looks like a pair of raven wings.
She looks uncomfortable and is like, I don't know how that got there, and I haven't gotten that drunk at any point in time while I was on this ship.
Probably an effect of this mask, then.
I guess so.
Probably also the source of your pains. Like I said, do be careful.
I will. Thank you.
Leaves her more unsettled than the last.
As you quickly find yourself re-equiping and recompressing.
Salazar notably doesn't really have much of a reaction to that. He's seen all manner of thing before.
Oh, of course, he's a physician.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Listen, he has seen many a dick and many a titty. He does not care.
I just think he's the first one who's gotten the opportunity.
I mean...
One of these days, Holly's going to be sunbathing on the fucking boat. And as your checkup goes by as quickly as it comes, you take a leave and... Rolloy enters the room.
Here we go!
Alright.
Are you gonna dual wheel?
So should I turn my head and cough, or...?
I know this was gonna happen at some point, but like I had to watch.
I'm not going to have to hold you down for this, am I? Oh. Play your cards right, and maybe anything can happen.
Jesus!
Peak roleplay.
The dichotomy between the characters, it's so nice.
All that's missing is Leo, and we all have whiplash.
Rapid fire changing characters.
Right?
Next thing you know, Rolly's gonna have a Scottish accent.
Oh boy.
It did something to me in there.
I mean,
I almost spat out my water.
I mean, you revealed to Salazar what is already well known. It doesn't take too long with Rolloy.
It maybe does
I
with his
just wanted
comments.
to see what happens.
Rolloy sort of like will skip out of the doctor's office, and Salazar will slowly slink to the door, looking exhausted.
It's just Rolloy. It's always just Rolloy.
He has so many questions while in there that were just useless, just not necessary.
Fuck.
I thought apples were supposed to keep you away. I have no idea.
Above board, Rolloy actually did ask him about some things, but
Okay.
didn't hear it. Next.
Oh, I suppose it's my turn then.
As just like passing by, as this tiny halfling woman enters as the door closes, and you take a seat, trying to regather yourself, Doctor.
Just real quick, Murad giving out little goodie bags to those who got their checkup.
It's like a lollipop.
Yeah, basically.
Alright, well, Doc, I suppose the most weird thing about me is first you'll probably notice the horns.
It's not so strange. I am assuming this is not native to your biology. This is some sort of magical addition.
It's a very rare thing that happened among my people. It got rarer and rarer through the years to the point where I'm the only one who currently has this.
Oh, so it is natural. Intriguing.
A
quirk of biology.
Alright. You're familiar with dragons, right?
He blinks.
I knew that was coming!
You could say that.
Don't worry. I've seen what's behind Azure's glasses. I know what he is. So, are you familiar with the old bronze dragon Mumgrer?
Would I be?
Does he have a passive history?
Passive history is also 18.
Jeez.
I mean, there are many dragons that have existed throughout the years of Urzeheimel. Mumgrer is probably a little bit more well-known.
I'm familiar.
Yeah.
Alright, well, so Mumgrer is kind of a patron to my people, and long time ago, he helped us all get to an island, kept us all safe, yada yada. Apparently some of us started taking on this feature, and well, I'm a long descendant from Mumgrer. So it's not just the horns. I've got some scaling too. I'm sure that's not too strange a feature for you.
She will gesture to the scales on his face.
Well, my people all have some manner of snake-like features, even more humanoid-looking ones like myself.
All right, well,
you wouldn't happen to be a sorceress, would you?
Gee, is it that obvious?
And she'll probably just, summon a little mote of fire to float around her finger.
I see. I've heard of this before. Some sorcerers can be affected by a dragon's presence and get their powers from it. Some of them can develop features attached to whatever draconic heritage they are in proximity to or direct descendant of. Although from your description, it seems as though more of a proximity thing.
I'm not totally sure on the genetics and all that business, but yeah, it makes me weirder than the normal halfling.
Well, other than that, have you experienced anything strange recently? Perhaps anything during or after the blood moon?
She will put her right hand over her left wrist.
Just a bit. Mostly pertaining to the Kling Hex here.
Kling Hex?
Yes. Magical artifact. Found it in Mumgrer's treasure trove. I'm still learning about it.
May I?
Well, you asked, so go right ahead.
So much shade still to Reloy.
You have so many more manners than that goat man out there.
He's not a goat!
I don't think that's a necessary high bar.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
This is so funny, the dichotomy. I'm never gonna get over this episode.
You're titling this episode The Roast of Reloy, okay?
Roast of Reloy.
The Fae do tend to be that way, but regardless, this is about you, not about him.
Yes.
And I will cast Identify on the Kling Hex. I'm assuming I learn everything that Reloy learned.
Yeah. You are well and aware of everything that Reloy already knows. I mean, the more explicit detail is that you are worried that the shards of the souls that still reside within the Cling Hex, those who have passed on from it, they do have a semblance of influence on the bearer. Small personality quirks that persist through, almost as if like echoing out from their past through the current wielder.
Have you noticed any strange behavior from yourself lately?
Oh, let's see.
Acting out of character, perhaps? Bouts of aggression or confusion?
Now, I'm not sure if Wenry really would have noticed this herself, but yeah, she has been a little bit more careless, so he may want to interview the others if there's anything else on that, but,
I've been feeling a little bit more open to taking risks and stuff. I'm not sure if that's part of this, but maybe.
It could very well be a side effect of your use of this Cling Hex.
Yes, well...
Fragments of the other souls inside of it may be trying to influence you. And
Well-
you mentioned this was especially bad on the Blood Moon.
Yes. So, outside of the Blood Moon, yes, I've been feeling influence towards things, but also, yeah, I saw a figure on the boat on the Blood Moon. Tall, skinny, very menacing, and a crown of bones. If that
Crown.
signifies exactly who this is.
Crown of Bones.
Yes.
You would notice also this whole time, one of these skeletons has a notepad and has been jotting down all of this.
Yeah.
Not smart enough to take notes on its own. It seems as though Salazar may be influencing it to write down these notes for him.
Yeah. Upon that description, Doctor, you would remember the visage of Igwell the Witch Queen that very night that you saw the ally you had known, the Bruh, had died at the hand of. You, in all of your attempts to try and prevent her from doing any more damage to the Cloud Top, resulted in Alois's reliefs of his curse, as well as her escape with the other two individuals who apparently are working with this Red King. A little refresher from last campaign.
Boy, do I remember that.
Salazar will get a very distant look on his face. I see.
You okay there, Doc?
I'm fine. Do not
All
worry
right.
about me. Well,
Do you need anything else from me while I'm here?
I might as well check to see if you have any physical ailments other than the magical influence of this. You've not been noticing any aches, pains, anything out of the ordinary?
Well, I did get a nasty bump at the last place we were at, so you might want to take a look at that.
and she's
You like check her head.
Yeah, as you kind of like push the hair aside a bit, and you can kind of see where there's that big red lump on the head. What would have been a skull-splitting injury, quite luckily was recovered thanks to the hands of the local cleric within the group.
This is
yes.
quite severe.
It's closed up now.
It's a miracle your skull hadn't been split open by this blow.
I'm
But
gonna be
it
honest,
seems-
when it happened, my world went black, so...
Well, I would say do try to prevent that from happening in the future as much as you can. I know the life of adventure is daunting sometimes, but be careful out there.
Well, I sure won't go running into any walls.
See that you don't.
And then I'm assuming the checkup continues on, just checking.
Get out of here.
Be gone.
As the checkup comes to a close and you're given
What about Cotton?
Oh, we're getting around.
Okay.
Yep.
As
Don't worry, we'll get there.
As last but not least, as you, Winry, take a walk out and Cotton walks in, there's this slight fear of getting a doctor's checkup, but nevertheless, as Cotton, your conversation had ended with Alois, and you go and take your checkup as you... this isn't the first time that Dr. Salazar has looked over your form before.
As far as I know, I think the history is that he's known her when she was human and then dealt with her afterwards as well, so...
Yeah.
He's basically the family physician.
Yeah, I think that we agreed on the history that you got to know her back when she was like maybe 16, 17, and then on.
And how have you been doing lately, Dr. Cottonelle?
Remembering more, but still going through it.
I see. That's good progress, then.
Yeah.
Any of the usual bouts of aggression?
Oh,
Getting
yeah.
Worse, better?
Worse.
And after the blood moon, I'm assuming much worse?
If you take turning into a giant chimera-like creature and attacking everybody, yeah.
He slowly raises an eyebrow, and the skeleton begins jotting frequently notes.
Write that down! Write that down!
Write that down!
Write that down!
Yeah, I am...
Here's hoping the skeleton has good handwriting.
Pristine, almost
Doctor's
like a printer.
handwriting.
It's... The trigger generally ends with a weird reaction or a sudden flood of memories, but this was strictly the blood moon. We've been through other full moons and it hasn't done anything, but the blood moon did a doozy on me.
I see. I'm going to need to take a look at you.
You will find a bunch of healing wounds, lots of arrows and getting hit with falling rocks. But otherwise, I had to get Winry out of
yourself into?
I had to get Winry out of a collapsing temple, okay?
So that's what that wound was.
Yeah, what we did kind of caused everything to collapse, and she got hit pretty hard, so I had to go back and get her, and yeah, it hurt, but at least she's alive. I am also exhausted, but that's for Reloy cast haste on me so I could get to her faster and move faster, so... So lethargy is spell affected, not otherwise.
I see. As I'm examining her, does it seem like there's... Other than the injuries she's describing, does it look like there's anything out of the ordinary with her physiology?
Her physiology hasn't fundamentally changed at all.
It did on the blood moon, but it's no longer it's no longer here now.
It's the description of what had happened during the blood moon to now. It seems like something else was trying to break its way through. As far as what you would conclude,
I will say this: I don't know what's connected or what's not. I know it can be correlation or it can't be, but I keep seeing this like feline-ish like creature, and I don't know if that's what I turned into or not. But even back on Yimnin, I could see it in one of those challenges, just barely out of my sight.
A feline creature.
It seemed feline. That's the best description I can really give you.
Is there anything else you could potentially tell me about it?
It's very feral, I'll tell you that.
Does this sound at all familiar?
Well, you would know that she was dabbling in both chimerism and lycanthropy.
As far as like what you would know, passive history and all that stuff, you would definitely know that there is a curse of lycanthropy that does involve those of were-tigers, more specifically. As far as like all the details of the information, given her research into the use of chimeras, given their physiology allows them to kind of mix and meld and become stronger, and also their power is, for the most part, unmatched. For most adventurers, but also the use of lycanthropy was also due to its rather unique healing properties, and all that kind of falls under that in a weird way.
I'm remembering more, but I remember telling you about that room full of blood when I woke up, and turns out I had basically murdered my assistant and nearly killed the other one when I came out of it.
This.
I mentioned the room, I didn't know who it was. And just every time that trigger happens, it just feels different every time.
What would I know about the specifics of the blood moon?
Make a religion check.
Religion check?
Yeah.
Right, you have to kind of backwards math it.
Yeah, hang on. What is my religion? Okay. Ain't bad. What are you scared to do? We can't do. 15.
15? It's... The blood moon has often been regarded as a sign of a dark effort. It is not controlled by the goddess of the moon. However, it also is not controlled by, any earthen eclipse or by any natural forces. It is considered a force of something that is not known yet, at least to this world of person. Whenever it does happen, though, there's often some kind of event that follows along with it, either a ritual or mass destruction. These happen every so often within Erdzinheim, but given that this year there's predicted to at least be 2, based off of Arcanists' perception of the way the world has been behaving as of recent, it's not that far-fetched.
Yeah, and just for the sake of time, she would also kind of explain to Salazar the entire kind of situation that happened, including, Zara and all that other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a wild ride.
Well,
Yeah.
your companion certainly doesn't seem boring at first. Well, be wary of the powers he commands.
He's something.
Hmm.
But, yeah, so it's still a lot hearing your daughter from the future call him Uncle Reloy. Yeah.
He strokes his chin for a moment. What you describe I think maybe not physical, but the mental manifestation of some repressed instincts of some of the creatures that you've experimented
I
with.
mean,
The fact that
sorry, go ahead.
you've seen this feline creature on more than one occasion.
I've seen that creature twice, but the first time it was just an amalgamation of different limbs. Or, like, it was just a weird form at first.
But now it's more
Physically taking a
whole,
shape. Yeah.
recognizable.
Yeah. That would probably be the best way to describe it. But, like,
And your
never truly...
memories are returning.
Yeah. A lot of them came through the trigger, but some came through other means, like seeing Mirad and Arthur again.
I believe something inside of you may be separated.
Separated?
Think of it like oil and water.
Mm.
During your initial event, and also probably during the blood moon, that energy acted as somewhat of an emulsifier. It allowed everything to mix. But now, as you grow stronger and without the presence of that emulsifier, the oil and the water are starting to separate, in a manner of speaking. Obviously, your form is still what we have before us today.
Yeah.
But it's clear that something inside of you is evolving.
That's a scary notion, but I really can't find a lie or a fault in that.
Well, you are becoming more like your old self. Perhaps the beast inside of you is doing the same.
Well, there might be some other answers, too, to that. And she'll show him the note as well. I really can't remember what the fiascos were, really, except for some flashes in the lab, but I can only imagine what I'd be hiding, apparently, in our old home. So maybe we'll get some more answers to that.
Perhaps so.
Because you both, Dad said when he found me, like, my work was missing, all of it's gone. He really just found me.
Salazar will look to the floor and sort of tap his finger on the table. I wouldn't believe everything your father tells you.
What do you mean?
Alois, he tends to do what he thinks is right, even if it comes down to lying to his own child.
Well,
He keeps things hidden because he thinks he's the only one who can handle that sort of responsibility.
he hasn't lied to me, but he obviously has made it known that he is not
Are
saying
you sure?
everything. Yes.
If only I had that same confidence. You may yet find the answers to your more pressing questions in your own time. If anything changes, do let me know.
I will. And who knows, knock on wood, we can find a way to reverse this, and I may need your help with that.
Well, this has been enlightening.
Yep.
I will have to think further on this. Oh, and do try not to step on any more traps, please.
I wasn't trying to. I promise.
So try harder.
I will try harder.
As you both get a solid, clean bill, and conversation comes to an end as you exit out. Cotton, see as Alois passes through the door, and he quietly shuts it as he re-enters and begins to have a discussion with you, Doctor Salazar. Anything in particular that might have piqued your interest amongst them?
Well, it seems that most of them are beginning to change in certain ways. Some from the objects they carry, some from the agreements they've made. Most notably, the sorceress. I believe you mentioned her name was Wenry?
Yes.
That object she carries is dangerous. It is cursed, for one thing. It carries the fragments of souls of several other powerful individuals inside of it. It seems to be influencing her.
Do you think it might have anything to do with Igwald at all?
He remembers his notes.
As a matter of fact, I believe it does. I know what I saw in the cloud top.
She is an extremely powerful person. And in a way, I understand that there are repercussions to those actions. She is allowed to travel as much as she possibly can all throughout Earthsea time. Well, God knows what she'd be willing to do just to anyone that crosses her way. We need to find a way to keep her at arm's length. More specifically, not just away from Cotton and Nura, but now Winry as well.
There may be a way for that. I will have a talk with their arcanist. I may be able to teach him some things.
It would be extremely useful.
That is what you pay me for, being useful.
Another matter
seem to
has-
be your gopher rather than your physician.
I know I have you traveling around helping me solve random issues, but you are a necessity amongst those within the Black Archives.
Oh, stop.
Another matter
Rather
that
look
has
at you nowhere.
only money will with you.
Hmm.
Aside from that, another matter has come to my attention. Apparently, this random timeline of my granddaughter has come through. And something that has bothered me since I started talking about it with Cotton. She did not once mention me.
He sort of furrows his brows and sort of twists his mouth into sort of a... What are you getting at?
There's somebody I'm going to possibly need within the near future. Somebody skilled in necromancy. Someone who is capable of being able to capture the soul.
I'm not that powerful yet, at least.
Where? Which means I'm going to need to set the stage. This crew needs to find the Sandtide as quickly as possible. Whatever it is of certain importance not just to the pirate lords, but also to the future. The odd end, we still have to deal with all the matters dealing with in Wallenstein. Then I'm probably going to need to speak to a lich about our current circumstances. Only Saviden might do well.
Oh, Saviden.
I suppose
Rather
at that point.
bit of a recluse, that one, though.
If I send Citra, it shouldn't be too hard to deal with.
Are you sure that team is ready for this?
We'll have to see. Fortunately, I can't tell you that future.
Oh. There's something else.
What might that be?
Cotton. Something is happening inside of her. I'm not quite sure what. Blood Moon did seem to have some influence on it. I'm not sure what it means, but only time will tell. We may have to make another one of these visits before long.
I think I might know how to deal with that one. We're going to need to expedite the efforts in figuring out how to cure her current circumstances. I hope you would know that what I intend to give you is to be kept under a quiet notion.
That is what you paid me for.
As he reaches into his jacket and he pulls out a notebook full of many, many details as he hands it to you. Hopefully you might know how to decipher this properly.
I can take a look at it, yes.
So I'd appreciate it. As he hands off the book, as you open the first, towards the first page, the introduction of it, signed by an Alicia Azure Azer Continent. And with that, is where we're going to go ahead and go to break.
Thank God.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Dad has your notes.
He has notes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, we're going to go take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be right back, everyone, and see you all then. So, yeah, break time.
Yeah. It's so nice.
Time!
Konnichiwa, Power Bottoms.
I swear.
He's gonna
Shakes my
start thinking of weirder ones.
That hit me like a brick wall.
Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna go ahead and just jump right into the rest of the session here, as all of you complete your checkup
And get our lollipops.
Yes.
and get your lollipops.
treats.
After what was a rather secretive conversation between the Doctor and Alois, you see as Alois makes his exit out from the captain's quarters alongside a well-informed Doctor Salazar. Right. Well then. All things and all matters aside, it seems like all of you are relatively healthy for the most part. For now.
Yeah.
Albeit, I'll always wonder, why the hell were you skipping out of there, Rolloy?
Do I need an
wonder why
excuse to skip?
You never skip.
I can skip. I can leap mirthfully.
Cotton just looks to Salazar as he's saying this and just shakes her head, just like, I'm sorry.
It's just a thing I can do. I
Anyway,
don't need an excuse for it.
seems like in all the efforts that you guys have gone through, managed to create a great deal of trouble for the would-be authorities at hand.
Are you talking about Fallenstein?
Oh yes.
was
Hearing about
fun.
that.
Oh yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
Yes, hearing about that story was quite unique, and I have to give you all a commendation, especially for your efforts bringing down not just only a low-ranked admiral, but an admiral nonetheless.
She thought she can hide in the clouds from me. That was funny.
Now this leaves another matter altogether. Where is the next stop for the Astral Corsairs?
Before you get to that, there is one other thing. We did run into Arthur again in Yimnin, and he took something from this weird purple and white tree. It looked humanoid, but it wasn't.
And not long
that
after
was a
he
while
left,
ago. Yeah.
I know,
not
but
long after he left, the tree kind of just withered.
yeah. Apparently, it was affecting people's memory beforehand.
Curious. I think I might have to make a stop back in Vale for something like that.
Before I forgot that, considering that, you can't trust what he's up to. Besides trying to say, I have a spot to come back to with him.
Mira just makes a face.
They both do, like, simultaneously, like,
Not to be too intrusive about the matter, but I would actually consider his offer. You don't know what kind of information that you might be able to come across with his kind. But
You
that's also
can't
not
be serious about that.
I have sat in the same room and dens with some of the most well-known monsters, conniving villains, and some of the most darkest entities in all the realms, not just only within here of Urzeheim.
I'm
So-
aware.
When I sit there and say the possibility of whatever information you might be able to come across, especially within the Luxon, no matter where it is now, it is to your benefit. However, it is often prudent of me to inform you to remain as careful as possible should that option become a viability.
Alright.
A last resort, in my opinion.
I don't disagree.
So anyways, off to what we're over on this side of the ocean for. She'll
looking
look to
for
Mirad, 'cause-
someone. Right?
Yes, I'm having a brain fart as a player, forgetting her name. I'm sorry.
Arona.
Arona,
Arona.
okay.
It's somewhere in the notes, but way in the past. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's all good.
we had two choices: go under the castle in Yimnin, which is not a great idea, or find a person named Arona. And we got the direction to come out this way looking for her, but we don't have an exact location, just amongst land masses over here.
So she's in hiding. Doesn't want to go home. And her home is the Sky City.
The Adamantine Bastion?
Nope.
It's a Sky City.
The Lost Country of Windia.
There you go.
That one.
Not too unfamiliar with it. I've never gotten there myself, but many of the stories that I've heard from Mumgreer here and there, it's not an impossible place to get to. It's just takes a certain kind of people and a certain kind of magic in order to do so. Storm sorcery, if you will.
Huh.
Well,
Storm
that
sorcery.
would certainly be interesting to learn. Maybe I should keep an eye out for something.
It might be to your benefit, believe it or not. Sorcerers being able to speak amongst each other and able to trade off certain knowledge and their feel for the magic that kind of echoes throughout the world is extremely useful to know.
Well, I will take a mental note then.
You wouldn't happen to have any kind of inkling as to where this Arona is at all, would you?
I might, but I have a well-known tracker under my employ.
Oh,
A unique individual, one that you might have to put into consideration on how far you want to keep an arm's length of them, but that does involve having to make your way to Baccarat.
Baccarat.
what's the issue at Baccarat?
It's the worst place in the world. Full of some of the most scummiest, darkest people in all of Alanon and Erziheimel. Gamblers.
Mirad does like just a groan.
Oh, buck up, Mirad. These are your kind of people.
Yeah, I was born there.
Really? What's it like there? I mean, I hear what Mr. Azure's saying, but
Wait,
Well, it's up north.
I said Baccarat.
Oh, Baccarat. Sorry, I misheard that. That was my bad. I got the names
Oh.
mixed up.
never mind then.
That's on me. That's on me. Hold on. Okay, that's what it was. Okay.
Come on, it can't be all that bad. I was born in Hollingrad.
Well, you could kill a monster, you can't kill a gambler.
I was
Yeah, you
born in
can.
a bar.
We all look
Somehow
at you.
that doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Either which way, I would really recommend keeping an eye out for your pockets. If that makes sense.
Roger that.
So who would we be looking for in that case to help track her down?
A Lumerian. One of a very particular few that I've managed to keep under payroll.
A
Oh,
Lumerian.
goody. Another one.
Oh, right. We encountered one. 2, 1.
Two.
One.
We
We encountered one. We've heard of 2.
yes.
Yeah, she killed you, and you came back.
Yeah.
See that there is a
That's right.
look in your general direction, almost as if the weight of the world in those opaque glasses come crashing on your shoulders.
Kind of just like, I wish we kept out the part that I died, but that's fine. It's already out in the open. I can't tuck that away now. child size, red star, night
Red eyes.
But packs a punch.
Kind of likes guns, like you do.
As you kind of say that, he kind of like puts a thought to head in a couple of times, and he just... I might have an idea, but I need at least some level of certification myself.
Yeah, there was a siege on the fort, and they just appeared and tried to go after the general, but it looked like she got blasted through a window. And we met with a... What was his weird name from Wallenstein again?
It's Rudy.
No, not Rudy.
No.
The other one.
William Lowell.
William Lowell.
Yeah, some politician kind of guy.
Holly's friend did not trust him at all.
Real dickhead.
I recommend
I think that
staying
may be
away
the
from that
rumors.
one for the time being.
Well, we don't exactly know where he went, so easy.
Well, short of going back to Wallenstein, I don't imagine any other place.
No, but we all suggested he was hoping things would go the way it did so he can go back home and say how much we failed them. Or, well, they did.
Marion kind of does like an eye roll. But the second Lemurian, had a hand in charming one of the people stationed there to let in
Yes.
some explosives.
Yeah, Rudy.
Yes, he affected one of our, what do we want to call him? Friends?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
I would say a friend. He's
but-
pretty good. He's
Ally.
pretty close to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's able to keep
Yeah.
a secret.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure what you guys thought of him. So, one of our friends, he alright, he got charmed, didn't want to. It was a whole hullabaloo, but thankfully,
It wasn't
he's
just
not
a
held responsible
charming.
for what happened.
It wasn't just a charming. He had his memory altered.
Did we ever catch the
I'm very
second
sorry.
one's
I've
name?
got cats fighting in the background. I gotta deal with that.
Oh, that's fine.
That's a while back. Hold on.
I know who he is as a player. I'm just trying to make sure I don't
We got his
meta.
name. I just can't remember it. My brain died.
Oh, we have his name?
Yes, it's the same one in
it's
Vale.
It's Modius.
Modius.
His name's Modius. That's one that we actually know the name of.
Terribly sorry. I'm back.
Don't tell me the one you're about to send us to is also Modius.
No.
Okay.
However, I think it'd be pertinent of me at least to try and send you in the right direction to the right Lemurian this time around. I recommend taking a stop by at Baccarat. It might be of use to you. My tracker is well known to any individuals that prefer to not be found.
Okay. Any particular part of Baccarat?
Heavens knows. But I will tell you now, if you tell him that I sent you, he'll be more than willing to listen.
So we try on our own for a little bit first and then find him, or?
I want to find this person as fast as possible, but also just we need to make sure that if we do find them, well, just gotta keep things tight-lipped about where they're from. And so on. He's kind of trying to dodge a topic.
Do you mean the other pirate lady?
Yeah.
By the way, since I stepped away, I don't know if a name was mentioned on this guy. I don't know.
Modius. It's the
Modius,
the-
gotcha.
it's the dude that put Nick's in a cage.
Gotcha. That guy.
Yeah,
I remember that guy. Okay.
There's a reason why I remember him very vividly.
I'll take a look into this modious and mysterious rogue figure. Keep you guys updated on anything that might be of useful information.
Yeah.
As for right now, currently in the effort of putting together a certain case, those up in the Adamantine Bastion.
What do you mean?
I have an ally that might be of use to me in the near future to dealing with this Witch Queen problem.
Well, that I don't think that was brought up before, but
I kind of informed him on some
You
things.
told him about the dream that I had? Well, dream. More like
I ghosted
meeting.
over it. That's for you.
Had a meeting with Beltania and several other of the
Endless?
those guys, and they were discussing in great lengths on how to deal with the Witch Queen and what they should do.
Let's not try and involve ourselves with the gods' machinations too much.
They
It
seem
will
to
often
be
hurt our brains.
Yeah, they seem to be indecisive in so many ways.
As one of council are often to do.
Merritt gives it's like, yep, like smile, nod kind of thing.
That aside, I think you all might have a proper path. For the tracker, find Arona and make your way to India.
Yup.
That all aside, though. There will probably be a great deal in length in which I will not be amongst all of you again. I do apologize as matters came to a head whilst I was away. But, should other matters decide to rear their head, and you are in need of my assistance, you are welcome to give me send a message. Looking towards Cotton.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stress enough about the dangers that you all face, so I won't repeat the same things I've said before. Stay safe out there.
You too,
Keep
sir.
an eye on yourselves.
Oh. Wizard. One more thing.
Merritt tries not to make a face.
I can't.
Oh, wizard. Derogatory.
It's almost that's where Mirag got it from.
Salazar will have a private conversation with Reloy, just under hushed breath, and Reloy will go, Oh, I see. Oh, that's great.
Wenry will lean over to Cotton. What do you think they're talking about?
I don't know. I don't lean into people's conversations, Henry.
Oh. But I want to be nosy.
Then go be nosy. That's not my shtick.
You can see Reloy is writing something down in his spellbook, actually.
Winry, if you want to be nosy, make me a perception check. And,
Alright, well, we'll see what happens.
You're asking the person who writes in code to be nosy. That's just funny.
That's a 5. That ain't going nowhere. She maybe hears, but that's it.
yeah.
Can I give her an advantage on that, since I have proficiency in it?
In perception?
We
Perception,
both do,
yeah.
but, like, Cotton just has no interest in poking at people like that.
Oh, Merritt's just wanting to, like, make sure that she has fun. snooping on people.
The rogue. Who knew?
See, it is
I'm a
fun,
rogue.
isn't it?
Uppies.
Just like whispering something is just like, it could be something about like some spell to help like something physical. Maybe he has like a rash or something in an embarrassing place.
Ew, I don't want to know about that. That's
This
gross.
is in his spell book. Will you chill?
Okay.
Teehee.
That gets written down.
Yara will remember this. I mean, if you have, if you're doing the help action, as long as you have proficiency in the skill of
I do.
perception. Alright, then go ahead and, Winry, make me another roll.
Didn't help at all.
Nope. I'm like, watch it be a natural 20.
It was almost a 19. Oh well.
Didn't want to listen to in on medical conditions that Roloy might have.
Gout.
Chronic bronchitis.
For all I know, they could be talking about magical hemorrhoids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Fey hemorrhoids, the worst kind.
Crabs.
Oh.
Alright.
We are in the water a lot.
I got the clap. Alright. As you manage to trade notes and go ahead and add those spells to your spell list.
Yep, already did.
Alright.
Basically the spells I got on my level up, but they're specific spells now.
Yeah. Story specific.
Fun.
Alright. Now, with that, as the morning slowly turns into the late afternoon, and you all gather around to say your goodbyes after a hearty meal, you see as Alois pulls out what is one of these green stones, as he places it upon the door, as probably seen this all before. As the door opens, it leads to a strange dark corridor where you see just beyond what looks like to be this large circle table, as well as 5 seats that kind of surround it. I'll be heading off for now. I'll be sure to check back whenever I can. Dr. Salazar here will be more than welcome to assist on any certain endeavor in the future, I'm sure.
Just be careful, please.
I will.
Sorry I couldn't make you any of that gelatin that you keep asking about.
We'll get around to it. Almost
Gelatin?
done making the gloves.
Oh, nice.
What?
He wants me to make cold items. I can't do that.
My body temperature's too high.
Why do you want a fire genasi to make cold elements?
He's sadistic. Have you not known this man for years?
Yeah, but he's never sadistic to me.
No shit.
She's doing it on purpose.
it's just like, no shit. As Dr. Salazar takes his leave through the door first, and you
In a
see
perfect world, I never have to see any of you again. But this is not a perfect world, so I'll see you the next time you get it.
Finger guns.
See you later, Dr. Salazar.
Goodbye, Cardinal. You're on.
Goodbye.
Holly.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Thanks for the spell, dude.
Dude. That's such a
So-
weird word coming from Roloy.
It's Sylvan.
Really?
Insight check. What
Radical. Dude.
Complete wrong information. Please, I gotta know.
Wait, you really want me to roll insight?
Yeah, and for the segment,
Alright, it's a frickin' 10.
it's a 10. Roll how correct is your assumption in saying that dude is Sylvan?
Let's find out. Where'd my dice go?
Into the
hell.
ether.
The world may never know.
Got
It's
five.
5.
Six.
Yeah.
Keeps rolling. That's what's happening. I picked it up off the ground and it's rolling. Alright, hang on. Let's see if I can land this on the table this time. There we go.
What'd you land?
4.
Somehow got
My
worse.
insight's a 10!
How correct is that assumption?
Probably not very.
The rest of us just look at him like, what?
Salazar pinches the producer's nose. Remember what I said. Alright. Jeez. No need to be such a stick in the mud about it.
Roy, could you stop antagonizing him?
No,
I'm
it's
not
fine.
antagonizing him. He's just
He's
We don't know.
Roy, are you surprised?
He can't help what he
enjoying
is.
his torment.
Can't help the Fae.
He has
I'm trying to
mischief
be
in
nice.
his blood.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
God. Arlo is screaming for the fucking rooftops right now.
Is it Winry?
Ah,
Do
yes.
be careful.
Yeah. No more running into pillars for me.
Mm.
I think the pillar ran into you.
Semantics.
Don't die. He
We'll try
turns
not
around
to.
and walks into the door.
Ever the conversationalist that one. As he looks back to all of you. Stay safe.
You stay safe too.
The last thing we need is to pick up a newspaper to know you're dead.
Cotton just tenses at that.
Mara reaches out a hand to shake it and stuff like that.
He extends out and he shakes your hand. Good work, son.
Aww.
He gives a nod, smile.
Nods, and then he turns and makes his way through the door as it goes and shuts, and you see what is that gleaming green light begin to fade out from it, and then it just creaks back open, leading to the stairs that lead back down to the lower deck.
Right, onto our ominous unknown future, right?
Yep.
That was
Unknown,
weird.
unknown to a degree. We know,
we know where
what
we're
we're
heading.
looking for. Yep.
To Baccarat.
Oh, before I forget.
Yes.
Well, actually, he just wrote them down so I wouldn't have them prepared. Never mind.
Do you need a minute with your book?
I can't prepare spells until I have a long sit down.
I mean, we're out in the ocean.
Well, it'll be a while before we're at Baccarat, so you got time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we still may have to go to Hollingrad, though.
I'll do it tomorrow. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Funny.
When
Yeah,
there's
we'll
squints.
probably still go to Hollingrad regardless after, but it's on the way. Baccarat is on the way.
I know. But why would she know this? It's my question.
She's my daughter.
Our?
And your daughter.
Thank you.
And she's a smart cookie. And
if she's anything like either of you, she knows what she's doing.
also snooping. Snooping is a little bit of more my thing, but
It is your thing.
yeah.
The holidays are atrocious with you.
I already know the gifts you're going to give me.
Oh, was he the kind to go digging around in the closet?
I have to hide them from him.
It's fun. It was extra funny because they would try to hide them in very specific places, but they couldn't really reach that high.
Yeah, so he's trying to make mention that in my original form, I'm only like 5'4".
Well, you know what? You could still reach more than me, so. You're not that short.
That's what mage hands are for.
I don't
Yeah,
have...
but Mage Hand has a limitation. It can't.
I
it
can't
lift
remember
really
what
heavy
spells I
things.
used to have, to be honest with you.
I don't have Mage Hand.
I do.
Oh, is Holly 5'4"?
Holly's 5'2".
She's still short!
All of the good spices are on the top shelf, by the way. Anyone who gets them down, he knows who it might be, unless they climbed up on his counters, which you shouldn't be doing.
She just puts foil down so if Wenry tries to climb up, she jumps off it like a cat.
Alrighty. Well then, as you guys set sail once more out into the oceans of Xi'an Sea, you make your way towards the northwest, heading to Baccarat.
1 second.
One.
During, like, additional times between, like, sailing,
Back.
probably spending time to, like, either teach somebody cooking, since he heard about the fiasco of just eating eggs and rice, and he's like, that's not balanced at all.
It's
No.
literally because you're the only one that cooks, and we were trying to be respectful, not using your knives.
Well, if I teach at least one of you, then I don't have to worry nearly as much.
You're still gonna worry.
Of course I am.
I
Especially with this one
volunteer.
around. Like, points at Roloi.
What did he do? He's just standing there.
I don't trust him with knives.
What did he do?
I don't trust
know.
myself with knives. That's why
Exactly.
I sold that really cool one.
I don't want him cutting himself.
Well,
He
I
is a-
I
he
volunteer
looks-
for kitchen duty.
Okay.
There, your first
Oh, is
mate
it?
is...
It's a
Is
wizard
it-
joke.
Has it been a matter of like days or hours? Since...
Yes, days. Days will
Days?
pass, yeah, because traveling by sea
Excellent.
is still a long process.
I'm going to do something very specific then.
Oh?
Hell yeah.
Because Salazar told me about some people that needed to not be found.
Oh?
Specifically, some people who may have some witch queen ties or something. So very pointedly, at the start of every day, Roloi is going to cast non-detection on Wenry and Cotton.
Oh, both of us!
I'm like a ghost.
Just, that conversation goes where he's like, non-detection?
Havana Kedavra!
We would be having a lot of conversations with the Raven Queen at that point. Apologizing for the mix-up.
Now people
I don't
can
know if there
find
would be
you.
long conversations. I can bring you back after all.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but
you
at a
would
cost.
also be dying at sea, so you might even not be visiting the Raven Queen to begin with.
Oh, that's true. I'd have
Just
someone
a
else.
Tanya laugh in the distance.
Mira just like, I don't know how to do the heal thing.
Wenry just peering over the edge of the boat, just like,
Maybe that guy should have stayed with us.
No. I think for his own benefit, he shouldn't.
I think for his sanity, he should.
Also, we don't have the budget to pay that
what
man.
is that?
You're not paying him, honey. That's my dad.
I know, but if we had to hire him,
He would, Dad. He put us all together. He's our benefactor. That's the point I'm making. Is that it's coming through him. We haven't paid for anything except our own specific stuff for the ship. That's it.
How many days specifically has it been?
Since you guys have
Since Dr. Salazar and Eloise left.
about a week. About a week. You guys are about
a week, so 7 days.
Yeah.
So-
You are about a day away from making it to Baccarat, as it does come into view. As
cool.
This small port side, very tiny compared to what is the length that leads up to that main city.
So, what spell it is that you keep casting on us every day?
Magic aura.
Magic aura. And this is going to keep us from being found?
Yep. And in 23 days, it becomes permanent.
Permanent?
Yep.
I don't know if that's... Okay. You know what? I trust it. It's fine.
Huh. Well, that's interesting.
I mean, it would keep you both safe.
True.
Detected.
We just have to not get lost ourselves and make it really hard for you to find us.
Oh, I can dispel it.
Oh, you can? Okay.
If I ever need to find you, I'd have to start the process all over again, so it'd be a little bit annoying, but...
Nah, I get it.
In a pinch.
Well, the upside is you can probably first try to use these rings to try and talk to us. And if you can't reach us that way, then you can focus on dispelling.
Oh, yeah.
We keep forgetting we have an instant connection to each other.
It's like a cell phone.
Only works for 1,000 feet.
What's the
A
sitch?
very limited range cell phone.
Dee-dee-dee. I'm sorry. The person you are trying to contact is out of the range.
Someone at some point just fucks around with people just saying the word moist in the middle of the night.
Gee,
Roland,
someone.
I know it's you. Shut
Someone.
the fuck up.
Listen,
Try to sleep.
I didn't come up with the idea.
It wasn't
Is
me
all
that
I'm
started
saying.
it.
It's just Cotton telling him, like, scientifically speaking, a lot of people cannot stand the word moist. Watch. Just watch.
Says it in front of
really?
Wenry and she goes, ugh.
It just melts on the floor.
Just like, they're sitting there, we're sitting on, like, the top of the ship, whatever, like, pointing at, like, watch her, and points at Winry, he says it, just watch her go,
Power word moist.
It makes you feel all slimy and icky. Psychic damage.
Okay, just for that, Winry is going to throw Hornsby at you when you do
Come
that.
on. Cotton and Reloy have to get along somewhere, and I think that's it right there.
I think that's fun. It's fine. Winry, what I tell you about making the bird attack people? That is our crew.
He started it!
I'll finish it with nuggets.
He's making a nest in my horns.
Well, if you sit still long enough, sure.
Moby is trying to smack it away.
This team is doing great.
Oh god, the downtime is great. As the lot of you find yourselves quickly making your way towards port, as this is now the 20th of Nuzlodian. As you manage to land within port and begin to kind of take in the rather wild lights and the bright, rather bright essence that comes from this city, can see that it is full of entertainment, some levels of debauchery, as well as various large buildings that house many gambling gambling spaces here. As you kind of get a good feeling for this kind of place and make your way to a local inn, should you so desire. You are met with the colors and the people, and get a better idea of what this place so hated by Alois is.
Wenry's probably looking around. She's like, "Oh, this doesn't seem so bad."
Remember to keep
Eyes
an
in
eye on your pockets.
Both parrots say at the same time.
Wenry's honestly probably dusted off her hat that's probably been sitting in a box this whole entire frickin' time. Frickin' put it on so that she can go in town without getting any weird looks.
You're gonna wear a pirate hat into town?
It's a nice hat.
A pirate hat?
But...
A pirate hat?
I want to wear my hat. I paid money for this thing.
We don't want bad attention.
Fine.
We're gonna get it anyway, I'm
Listen.
sure.
Wait a minute.
I just
What
want to
makes it
hide my horns, okay?
What
Look,
makes it so piratey?
She did pointedly get, like, a pirate-looking hat.
It's
Like
it's
well.
got a feather on it and all that, but
You could wear it. It'll be fine.
I just want to hide my horns.
You put
It's
a
normal
story
for
behind
Rolloy's
it.
horn. It's normal for Rolloy to have horns. Me? Who else has a frickin' halfling running around with horns?
Wenry, you're
Nobody.
walking around with a chimera.
Well, yeah, but you got your cloak.
That doesn't hide what this is.
You can wear the hat.
Captain says I can wear the hat. I'm wearing the hat.
It's like literally watching.
Yeah.
It's like the kid that went to dad instead for his permission.
We can just come up with a story if someone really truly gives a shit about someone wearing a hat of all things.
Just
I mean,
the
we're gonna
long
get looks
stare.
anyway by having this ship. We're not really gonna just be subtle in our arrival.
The only way we would be is if we arrive in the dead of night and nobody frickin' sees us.
Yeah. We really need to get like a disguise thing for this thing. I mean, it's lovely. It's beautiful.
That is a
And
lot of magic to
unfortunately-
disguise a ship.
Unfortunately, prestidigitation doesn't do too much to the ship. Sorry, Roloi.
Still a very good spell.
Of course it's a good
Need,
spell. It just doesn't cover everything.
If we can find the scroll of minor illusion, maybe that would
Maybe
help.
major illusion, considering the size.
Yeah, probably major illusion, actually.
I'll try to keep my eyes out.
Maybe it has extra magic mechanics in there that I haven't figured out with the
Just like pokes at the sword, go invisible.
sword. I
Go
mean, like, that
invisible.
rope trick was really cool, so I clearly can learn new things. I just need to work on it.
Be creative. Be creative.
More passion, more footwork, more passion. Sorry.
Alright, we're here in Baccarat.
Alright, let's start wandering.
Alright. And as you guys make your way into Baccarat and find yourselves within the hustle and bustle of the city, any particular place that you would like to start your investigation upon?
Let's see.
Where do you think we might be able to find a tracker?
Well, taverns, bars. I can try to see if I can talk to any folks that kind of speak more in the sleuthing language. Being a rogue, but let's see. I want to make sure that's like I think. Let's see. Thieves can't. I can speak in a tongue that is that like phrases and stuff like that only other people who have the cant can actually understand and comprehend. Oh, I don't have the crime background. I have pirate background, so I don't know if that will work with that. But yeah, Murad will try to see if he can talk around a little bit. See if he can ask any questions about anybody in particular that seems to stand out for the appearance or the skills that he is looking for.
Alrighty. I mean, there are plenty of taverns with a bunch of old salts and various individuals who have heard at least one thing or two. You are led up to a very particular conversation where there's like this old sea dog. Missing eye, definitely doesn't have all of his teeth, some are turning blackened. Balding, and like it just has that top bald and then just that kind of tuft of hair that gets pulled back along the sides, and looks very gritty as a human being.
Howdy. Or he's hearing this conversation, right?
You take an approach to him.
Okay. Howdy. I've heard in the grapevine that you might know somebody.
I know lots of people.
Good to know. Would you happen to know a man, or did Asher say man? Did he specify gender?
He is a man.
Okay.
A Lumerian man.
Lumerian man. Looks human, but has strange eyes.
Go veins! Yeah, the gold veins.
Gold veins. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Not by name. Got me under the table. Where you found them?
Sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding as a player.
Why did you find them?
How about we get you a drink and you don't worry about that?
I mean, we need to talk to him, but it's for a friendly conversation. We're
persuasion. How's a 17?
Okay. Alright. I know him quite a bit. He's just like wanted to travel around a couple times right between Vale and Baccarat, and he's making his way back not too long from now. Usually we'll find him somewhere in the fighting pits up in the north end of Baccarat.
Okay.
He likes to make his bets.
Likes gambling. Yeah.
Love
Okay.
me some gambling.
You're in the right place then.
Hey.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. Very much appreciate it. Murad will ask the barmaid to get this man another drink.
As brings him his drink, and he kind of raises the glass to you and just.
And
Oh.
okay.
Impressive.
So looks like he is on the other side of the city. Do you happen to know which of those fighting rings he might be in?
Yeah, known as the Fireball. Like
Fireball, got it.
Ballroom, but like a fireball room.
Sounds like your kind of place, Murad.
We'll find out.
keep an eye on the place, and you'll be able to see him. Looks like one of those pretentious, dapper young men.
Okay. Pretty easy to spot.
Yeah.
Alright. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself.
Will do.
Murad, leaves.
Yes, you like.
He's polite. Like, Murad's polite.
And you make your way out of one of these taverns with that at least bit of information from the old soul.
By the way, he didn't pay for that drink, but I'm just saying.
Hey, we're pirates. We just said, we'll get you a drink. Well, now we pay for it.
I think my pirate background says that I can do petty things and not be called out on it.
Get this man another drink, not on me.
Yeah. People are too afraid of me to call me out, apparently.
I mean, you guys have some level of renown, given the story of a group of individuals having caused some trouble for Wallenstein down in the southwest.
Oh, hey, that was us.
Oh, no, wait, that being the northwest. Northwest, considering where the beginning and the ending is.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. But yeah, we head that way. Mira does pause and try to bring a point, and not sure if it's viable or not. Look, I have something to bring up as well. Since we are in a city, we're on land, with their shops, it might be prevalent to look at getting certain materials while we're here.
Looks at Wenry about the whole diamond fiasco last time.
Listen, I don't have enough gems to cover. I don't have enough gold to cover any of that. Sorry. My pockets are very light right now.
Okay. Then that's something that we'll have to probably look into. Since it's gonna be a long, long road to wherever we're going next as well. So we might be actually staying here a little bit longer than anticipated just to gain some coin. To stock up on those.
Ah, yes, acts of piracy. But
yeah,
the problem
get
is...
a job here and there.
Oh.
But
well, my problem is my skills lie more in the mundane. I'm not really that good at
oh no,
physical
I'm just
work,
saying
so.
get a job, quotation marks. Still piracy.
Well, I have
Best
to
not
see if
to say
anybody
it
needs
out
a
in the
magic
open
user.
like this.
Fine. I'll figure out something.
There. It's just like, I think Murad's like, I'm still saying we're doing pirate stuff when he's like, yeah, never mind.
I think the implication is more that... I think the implication is more that Wenry doesn't have a lot of professional experience doing work.
Yeah, like, it's like, yeah, that's fine. We're gonna make you cast Fireball. It's gonna be okay.
You're gonna make me cast fire? Oh, you don't have to make me do anything, sir. Just point.
Make me? Fuck, I'll do it for free.
Well, no, not for free, but...
You need a deck of cards. I wonder if I can fire up my old fortune-telling dude.
You did what now?
Fortune-telling. It's great
Honestly?
for making a spare coin.
Honest fortune telling, or you're just totally telling them bullshit?
Yeah, it depends.
If the stars are aligned, right?
Tell you what, you do the fortune telling. I do the oh, what the hell is it called? What the hell is it called to draw people in? Is the carnival barker or something like that?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll draw them in. You do the cards. We're all happy hunky dory.
Yes, depends on if the future is obvious or not.
Yeah, the stars.
I'm going to prepare so many scenarios for next session.
It's all about context clues.
So, just wanted to bring that to a point, seeing as that was a concern, an issue, and I don't want to have that kind of scare in the future. So, but yeah. He's walking and talking.
Yeah. I mean, as far as things go, you guys having the foresight, given that it will take a while before this random tracker that you are made aware of will be within the city. So for the time being, you are welcome to assist around town and find ways to make some quick coin in order to prepare for your next big leap into your adventure. Woof.
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 Yeah.
A woof.
Merritt is, at least hopefully with the group, like, scope out where the location of the fireball is, just so everyone knows where they're meeting up if we are separating.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
If not here, then at the ship. And yeah, Merritt will try to do some planning and figuring out, as well as like not only jobs to do on the side while on land, but also see if there's any other things that he could probably put under his belt when they are at sea, going to the locations that they are going to. So he'll be doing research and side jobs for that.
I'm not even sure what Cotton can do.
I'm sure they could use some heavy lifters at the docks.
Yeah, there's that.
As you guys make preparations for next stint and stay, as you're all met with the evening and try looking for some local work around town in order to make your coin. Upon one of these evenings, Cotton, as you find yourself in rest and as you begin to focus, you find yourself suddenly awakened, not scared, not violent, just restless. And you get this strange feeling, almost as if there's something beyond the walls of your inn, almost as if something in this city is here, and it's calling.
I mean, she's not about to, like, leave and wander around, without anyone knowing. She would probably look out the window or something like that, just at first.
As you look out of the window, you take note that there is a large group of individuals kind of making passage through the city, cloaked and hunched.
Hunched?
Kind of almost as if they're still humanoid, but they're built in a way that is almost animalistic.
Does something seem off about it, or?
Something internally tells you there's something off.
Huh. I'm not sure what she should do in this moment.
You stay, you go.
I mean, she might step outside to get a closer look, but she's not exactly going to follow it.
As you take a step outside, and as you take a look around, and there is seemingly conflict. A great deal of yelling, and then you can hear the growls and snapping of almost like wolves and bears and boars. So much so that going in that general direction may need to require a more stealthier look, as I'm not exactly sure if you should help or if you will simply observe.
Well, it's nothing she recognizes outside of just, like, the general sounds of it being bestial, right?
Yeah.
She's not the greatest at stealth, though. That would be her husband.
Yeah. I mean, you can wake him up to
Yeah,
check it out.
she'll use the ring of sending.
Yeah.
And just kind of very quietly, like, I need you to get downstairs right now.
Okay. One second.
Be quiet about it.
All right.
Just that growing, like, all right, fine.
All right, I'm up. Gets up.
You get up and you kind of make your way out and slowly kind of, especially with your passive stealth, you're not immediately detected. As you meet up with Cotton, you notice that there is more conflict, and this back and forth is going to rise to an actual altercation if something is done. But it is the same sounds of beasts making a lot of almost like war cries, if that makes sense. Like they are trying to puff themselves up.
What should we do?
Let's see. This is me as a player thinking. So, I mean, we could try to spook them away if it's just animal stuff, but animals shouldn't be in the city, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but if they're not, they could get themselves in trouble if they escalate.
Yeah. Mirad wants to get a closer look.
Yeah.
Alright. Make me a stealth check.
Okay. Let's see if D&D Beyond screws me over, like it did.
A natural 1.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, D&D Beyond does not like me.
I'm just curious if I were to
Having
roll
fun.
it. No, because that would be a 9. Like I
Alright.
said.
Mirad rolls his ankle and falls off the roof.
As you climb to a rooftop and you silently try and make your way across it, to get a closer look, as you manage to find with one of these buildings that kind of have like a window that comes out like that. As you make your way over and you kind of like perch yourself on top, you notice that let's see, what's your passive perception again?
Passive perception is just a +2.
+2.
So 12.
Yeah, Cotton's got him by 1.
Make me a perception check. I'll let you know what the result of that natural 1 will be in a
A
minute.
2. So I got
2.
4.
Wow.
Wow!
D&D Beyond does not like Murad
Okay,
to have
okay.
Beyond is
You
counting.
woke up. You woke up Murad out of a dead sleep. He's still half awake. He's still half asleep here.
I got a 19 with it instead.
I will say, I'll take your passive. A lot of what you can tell is that these look like humanoids, aside from some animalistic features that are much like your wife.
I mean,
And you notice that down below there is currently 2 individuals being circled by this group. One carrying an axe and what seems to be a firearm, and another in a very wide hat, currently trying to figure out which one's gonna get it first.
if that's what that looks like specifically, yeah, Cotton would obviously try to like get closer to what the hell's going on. I thought you were like
However-
going cult-like.
However, as you kind of have to lean over as close as you can for what you can see, your foot slips on one of the bricks and
Oh.
your back hits the side and you roll and tumble off the side of the building as you wham right into the middle of this group as a lot of the what looks like to be multiple lichen creatures staring now you down.
Oh man, no! Cotton would immediately
Does he-
run to him after
Yeah.
that.
Does he at least make the landing?
No, that's a 1.
I mean,
roll to stealth, sure,
I have
but-
a +7 in athletics and then a +5 in acrobatics.
Uh,
I still fall, but
yeah, you fall. Even with your acrobatics, I mean, you're taking half damage for it
Yeah.
because I will accept your
my
passive
knees.
for this.
My knees.
You're taking 9 points of bludgeoning damage as you come hit and then roll and then just lay on your back as you feel the buzzing up your knees and then up towards your waist as you feel it just barely within your tailbone. As you see what is this tiefling man with stark white hair looking down at you. What the fuck? And,
Yeah, and then
you hear
Cotton
the
comes
first...
running up to you.
Yeah. You hear the heavy footfalls of Cotton jumping into the group, as well as the first snap of a lycanthrope making their assault. And with that, so we're gonna go ahead and move tonight's session.
You asshole!
Timelines!
They're here.
They're there!
I can't be stealthy with these rolls, D&D Beyond.
It's not my fault. This
She
is not my
wakes-
fault.
She
not your
wakes
fault,
you up for your stealth and you roll a fucking 1.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
That
so
brick
sorry.
was loose. I didn't see it.
It was the brick's fault.
Speaking of luck. So with that being said, that's where we're gonna go ahead wrap up today's session. Hopefully, next session will be very exciting when we come back from break.
Hey!
A little bit
Yay.
of a little cliffhanger for everybody.
All of us are going to be like, what's going on?
You all know what's going to happen sooner than later, but, you know, timelines. All right, so, right? So with that being said, before we head on off, we're going to go ahead and do some quick announcements, and then we'll go ahead and leave it that. So, starting from the top, me. I don't really have too many announcements, given the fact that I'm currently trying to get stuff together as it is the end of the year. Not much I can do. I have no plans. It's just what it is, except for streaming. Mondays, Wednesday, and Friday.
It's Wendy's?
Wendy's. It's fucking windy.
Wednesdays.
It's fucking windy. So if you guys are interested in checking out our episodes and keeping up with D6, by all means, and also if you're interested in a lot of the cross references that have happened, check out Black Archives.
Yeah.
And
honestly, with the break coming up, that's a good time to do it.
Yeah, honestly. In case you may not know, we do have not just only the VOD versions here over on YouTube, but also we have podcast versions that you can catch on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, as well as Google Podcasts, and other platforms that we somehow make it onto without me knowing. But yeah, thank you all for what has been a very magnificent beginning of this story for this year, and we do hope to try and get a hold of it by the end of next year. We are please excuse me. We are looking forward to coming back at the beginning of the year, and looking forward to the story and where it culminates to. All of you have been absolutely fantastic. I'm talking to you guys, and I really look forward to next year and all the events and all the storylines to come. And I love you guys. It's great.
Aww.
But yeah, that's me. Thank you so much for this amazing year of D6 and making D6 content. I really can't say how much I appreciate this love and passion project enough. Alright, before I get too emotional, Blue, how you now?
Hi, I'm doing great. Hello, it's Blue, or Blue Casadante. I really don't have much going on except for a lot of art that I gotta do now before the new year, really. But unfortunately, until those episodes are released, I can't post those either. Spoilers.
Spoilers.
I'm eyeballing you. Like, I gotta stop making OCs because you keep going yoink to them.
Not my fault.
Is it though? Isn't it though? But yeah, I'm trying to stream on and off, but I cannot stick to a schedule because life is fucking crazy and I'm trying to study for cybersecurity, so fingers crossed by the time we get back to this, I'll be trying to get a new job out of what I have now and be a junior cybersecurity analyst. Whee! So, other than that, I post stuff on Twitter and all that stuff, and I try to stream, and otherwise you can catch me in his streams most of the time, bothering him, because that's what I do. Yeah. So other than that, since Ray is back, Ray, it's your turn this time instead of Holly.
Yeah. Hi, I am Ray, also known as Key Inc. or Keyligraphy Inc. on many social medias, including Twitter, Blue Sky, YouTube, Key Inc. on Twitch, scheduling, commissions should be pretty much on the roll by this point that this video is out. And so, if you do add to the queue, then just know that I probably will take a while to get to you. But other than that, I've been trying to get back into either recording drawing videos and mini tutorials on Clip Studio Paint, or trying to get back up the quality and gumption for streaming once again. But it has been very hectic between jobs, commissions, as well as holidays. So we will see. But yeah, that is it for me. On to you.
Hi, I'm B. I play Holly. I am at Pestle Wolf on Twitter, and I'm trying to be more active, I swear.
You got this.
But I'm a hermit, and I don't like to be out in public. As per usual, I'm not doing anything very cool. But I love you guys, and happy end of the year. On to Connor.
It's a me. I'm Distortion Devil. People just call me Connor, though. You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, and Blue Sky at Distortion Devil. I stream Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I also release homebrew D&D 5e content on the DM's Guild, including the Fulgurmancer's spellbook. I am also currently working on the Photomancer's spellbook, full of a bunch of light and radiant spells. It's going to be very interesting. Not the radiant spells aren't just for paladins and clerics anymore.
Hell yeah.
That's about it.
Yay.
Hearts is light.
I know.
Alright, and last but definitely not least, Kendra.
Hey everybody, I'm Kendra, also known as Transient Day all around the internet. Not doing too much on my end. Of course, I'm maintaining the TikTok, so let's see, by the time this is up, it'll probably be this week for you guys watching. It'll be this week for uploading things on the TikTok, and then I'll be taking that break. So that'll be fun.
Oh yeah. Alright. Nothing else pressing?
Just the new year coming around the corner.
Happy New Year's from us to you in the future, and then some. Time is the soup. Remember to hit all of the free buttons.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well then, that being said, thank you all so very much. Thank you for hanging out with us. We hope you have a very happy holiday. We love you, and as always, see you next Sunday. Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Night, night. See you next year.
Bye. See you next year.